welcome you to my channel. My intention for today is to do a little bit of a garden tour, which will take a little bit of, I'm gonna have to do in stages because my Wi-Fi, the way the garden works, there's like a little, or not so little space back here, and there's a narrow one space along the side of the house, and then there's some in front as well. So I've got everything on super long extension cords for my Wi-Fi, because ordinarily my Wi-Fi doesn't actually reach all points of the yard, but it does mean that I'm going to have to sort of go in stages and rearrange and move things as we go. So hopefully this will work. I just realized that in the live chat being open, I also can hear myself. Mute. Yes, that's better. So, and then the other thing is to, well, in general, just chatting, but also I would like to talk a little bit about the two tarot cards that I pulled a couple of days ago, which was the Eight of Pentacles and the Nine of Swords. And in the first 24 36 hours after I pulled those cards, I just kind of jotted down a bunch of notes in my journal that I haven't actually gone back and looked at yet. So I'm curious to see what I said. And otherwise, I've just been sort of keeping those two energies in mind and the convergence of the two. And hopefully some of you will have been doing the same. And hopefully it will spark some interesting conversations. So having said that, I feel like, oh, there's a script up there. I feel like, how do I want to start this? I think it would probably be best to start with the garden tour. So a couple of disclaimers. I kind of intentionally did not do a whole lot to super clean up, and by a whole lot I kind of mean anything, and that was on purpose and also kind of hard to do. I think it's a little bit in my nature. I don't know if this is perfectionism, core wound stuff, which that'll come up again later for sure, I do remember that, or if it's just effie tool, but for whatever reason, I do feel obligated when it's not even consciously obligated so much as I will just find that if I'm going to be hosting in some certain way, then the desire for the presentation to be aesthetically pleasing and sort of cohesive, kind of like setting the vibe of the space. Oh, hey, Winston's mom, thank you so much for being here. Um, but yeah, so a lot of times I'll feel like if I'm hosting something, I kind of want to make it pretty awesome and as much as I can. And that will mean if I'm hosting, if I have friends coming over or whatnot, I will definitely put in some time to make sure that everything is clean and tidy and all that good stuff. But with the garden, it's a little different. And, the garden for me and outdoor space in general is really the greatest source of what I've kind of come to think of as my daily magical interactions, those little things that, you know, tug at your heart or pull at your spirit in some way and keep you engaged and delighted. And I think for me anyways, one of the things about the outside versus the inside is that it'll never be clean, it'll never be perfect. And therein, in those imperfections, is where there's a lot of beauty. Um, ooh, I hope your dinner is excellent. Um, yeah, I mean, maybe slightly moody off in the distance earlier when I was out. Oh, it might also just be the color. I don't know if this will do anything. No, that won't do anything. Nope, nope. All right, well, I don't know how to, oh wait, maybe moving it. It's actually quite blue. There we go. There's some of the blue. Yeah, it did. It looked quite ominous on screen before, but actually it's pretty gorgeous out. Yes, the chair in the background is in fact blue. Actually, pretty dang near close to the color of the sky over there now that I'm noticing. Um, but yeah, so anyways, in the garden space, I really didn't do a whole lot to put things away because part of the sort of magic and joy of it is sort of having that imperfection there. And also because of the way I tend to garden or just spend time outside, it's sometimes like I won't actually do a whole task from start to finish. So I will kind of leave visual lists for myself kicking around. Yeah, way more bright blue. Yeah, look at that, right? It's actually quite a lovely day. And the clouds are such fun and interesting shapes today, so I'm glad to be sharing a little bit of that with y'all as well. So anyhow, I think I'm gonna start off with a little bit of the garden tour because, um, yeah, because why not? And that way I'm also not putting all of the pressure on Winston's mom to hold up a conversation with me because I know she's trying to have some dinner. Um, okay, so there was something I had wanted to say before I started the garden tour, aside of the fact that I have to do it in stages. What was it? Oh, I wanted to, I guess, apologize in advance for the fact that this may come out as a little bit of monologuing. Um, I've actually tried to make garden tour videos not during lives, but just like pre-recorded ones before. And each time I've done it, I just kind of found myself just talking and basically listing off what all of the plants were. So it may become just like a litany of botany, so to speak. And sure, that's not quite exactly the right terminology, but it had a nice mouthfeel. But anyways, it might become a little bit of a litany, so just apologies in advance. Um, oh, you like the part where I name plants? I mean, if you would prefer to put on your gardening hat and gloves, you are certainly welcome to. I don't know that we're going to be in the sun a whole lot, so I'm not sure. I did bring my sunglasses. I didn't bring my sun hat because I don't really have one. But if you want to wear a sun hat, you are certainly welcome to. But I think that even if you leave it behind, I don't believe you'll be at any significant risk of sunburn. So, all right, I am going to take y'all off the pedestal here. I apologize if at any time I make accidental noises that come through loud on your end. And also, I'm going to flip the camera, maybe. There we go. All right, so I guess I need to, can I turn this around? Nope, can't turn around. All right, I guess I will try and hold this with my right hand. Well, first off, I'd like to introduce you to the newest member of the yard. This is Shorty T. Shorty T is the neighbor's cat, actually, and he is about 6 months old, and he is really sweet. He does still chase the squirrels, which is annoying, but he never even comes close to catching them. The only one that yeah, okay, so his name is Shorty, Shorty. But because Shorty's dad is Irish, it sounds like Shorty T when he says it, so, and I think it's because he's kind of got a bobtail. But anyways, so here, we'll just start right here because there's so much happening and I love this area so much. It obviously used to be a tree, and then when the tree came down, that happened to be just a winter that was really difficult for me, and so I kind of turned it into an altar of sorts. And now there's just so much happening here because it's been a few years, and so I'm just gonna get down a little close. We've got a ton of sedums here, some of which are flowering right now. These are all morning glories. I don't think, oh yeah, there are still some of the morning glories that are still open. So these are all morning glories, which in retrospect, they're a little invasive and hard to control. So I mostly pull them out at this point, and this is still how much that comes up, but they are gorgeous, and I am at least trying to keep them to a certain area. But we have some more sedums, and this is one of the things I love about spaces, is that like you'd never know walking by that all of this was under here, and that there was these cute little hens and chicks kind of tucked in with these little pretty rocks and stuff like that. Um, and you know, another one, I've been trying to get some of them to grow out of the moss area, and I always try and encourage the pansies because I love pansies, because like, look at this little face. Look at this little face. How could you not love that little face? Let's see. Sorry, I was just realizing that I missed a little message. But yeah, I think that's kind of what it's about. In some ways, Winston's mom is not passing by what's right in front of you, but actually taking the time to zoom in a little, which, you know, is easier for some people than for others. I think I've spent most of my life relatively zoomed out. So, you know, I didn't used to garden. This is relatively new. So, and again, here we have just some fun little things kind of tucked away underneath here. So this whole area will look completely different in the wintertime. And also because some of these things that are in pots, I actually will pick up and move to different areas of the yard. And this is one of the sedum things that I actually made. It's just an old drawer. I don't even know what it came out of, but there's a little bit of chamomile in here. There's a ton of chamomile in the yard, and that's what these little flowers are, although feverfew, which I'll show you in a few minutes, does look pretty similar. And it's just, I really like making things like this. It's actually kind of gotten a little bit overgrown, so there are so many. Yeah, thank you so much for saying that, Karma's Pimp, and thank you so much for being here. It, like, I have made a couple of, like, fairy houses, sort of, in this area, but, like, yeah, I think it was, last winter I had one kind of over in this nook, and I even made, in my real life, I make wind chimes sometimes, and I even made a very tiny, tiny wind chime to go that was hanging on a little bit of bark. It was real cute. So anyways, one of the other things, I let another summer go by without gardening myself. Okay, so just so you guys know, I will probably miss some of the messages when I get back to my laptop over there. I will catch up on them, so my apologies in advance if I miss somebody being here or a comment that somebody makes, then just apologies in advance. So one of the other things that I love about gardening is just the way random stuff will pop out of the ground. And like here, we've got this adorable, tiny, baby little lavender that I did not plant. And I do have other lavenders of this variety on the property, but none within 10 or 15 feet. Oh, and Mr. Man is here to say hi. And I love that. And zinnias, also, I did not plant these. I had zinnias in the yard last summer. Some of them must have gone to seed, and some of the seeds must have decided to stay local. And yeah, exactly, accidental tourist. And that's, I love that. I like even all of this yarrow, like, I don't know if I still have pictures kicking around, but oh, and yarrow, just so you know, is all of this stuff here. And I've actually already cut down quite a lot of it. I'm not sure if I swing this around, I'm going to be pointing it at myself, so if I'm kind of missing, then sorry. But over the summer, like, this is usually about how tall it gets, which is about, you know, a little between, like, mid-thigh high on me. But some of the yarrow was literally up to here this summer. It was bananas, and the whole yard was just rich with it. It was really gorgeous. Also, you'll notice that the ground is looking a little two-toned here. And that's because this is old mulch and this is new mulch. But I only have 2 bags of it left, and obviously have way more than 2 bags worth of space. So it's just gonna look this little in-between stage for a while. Here's another awesome thing that I love to look at. I actually didn't make this. I gotta give cred to Terrell. She made this, but it's just an old toolbox that was repurposed to home sedums, and they've been at this house for like 7 years, so obviously they're doing well. Oh, this sad little tree. So this is the tree that the city, when a tree dies on the property, you're required to put in a new one, and this is the one the landlords provided. It like 2 days after I got it in the ground last fall, we got our first, second, and third like hard freeze, which we don't usually even get one, and we had like 2 or 3 just real quick in a row. That made it real sad. And then I also found, tip for any of you if you ever plant a tree, I'm an idiot for not researching this in advance, but I actually had to replant it last week because this here is the root flare, and you do not want the root flare to be underground. Otherwise, it's basically, it can kill the tree, which is why this one is so stunted looking. So I dug it up a few days ago and reburied it a little bit more shallowly so that the root flare was exposed. And I'm just hoping that there's enough time for it to settle and recover a little bit before winter comes. So, oh my goodness, the cats, just so you know, so there's Mr. Man there, and then there's Shorty T right there, and I mean, like I said, Shorty T is only like 6 months old, so super baby. These are all of these greens, except for those tall ones right here, that's gladiolus, but all of these are daylilies, and there's only one daylily towards the front that is still putting out flowers. They're usually done by like June or July or August, depending on the year, but there's literally one left that has, I think, 1 or 2 more blossoms on it. So we're at the very last days of the year. And here, I also made a super long, not long, but like thought out, involved, produced video about this that I never did anything with. But this is all turkey tail. And turkey tail is not only edible, it's beneficial. There have been some tests, I think, oh God, it's been months since I did this research, but I think it's good for gut health, maybe probiotic or pre-probiotic or something like that. And then it's also, there have been some research, I think, with prostate cancer, where it was shown to be helpful. But anyways, so yeah, turkey tail is awesome. It only grows on dead wood, and I mean, this is all obviously super dry because it hasn't really rained a whole lot. Oh, we got a crow up here. Hi, crow buddy. Okay, I'm gonna put some peanuts up on my crow stand, and if all the scrub jays don't get them. Hi, sweetie. Here you go, cootie. But yeah. Anyways, we'll revisit the turkey tails in the autumn when the rains come back, and maybe I'll harvest them. And I did the whole fucking thing where I harvested it, dried it out, ground it up. It was like a multi-step, many days process because I didn't really have the correct tools. Yeah, it actually has had a lot of research done. It's really interesting. So anyways, yeah, more daylilies here, and this is St. John's wort, which you've probably also heard of before. And right now it's mostly done. All of these flowers are pretty dried, but there is this one that's left. So you can kind of see they're a really cheery plant. This little one that looks like chamomile a little bit, or like a daisy perhaps, is actually feverfew, which, pardon me, feverfew is actually good for a variety of things, including reducing a fever. I think maybe headaches too. Here, another little lavender back there, and some more daylilies. So this, this is this little baby tree here that Mr. Man is sitting under, that's now like, God, probably 10 or 11 feet tall. This is a weeping birch. This is what that tree over there used to be. But, and it seeded itself. And I was just noticing a few days ago, look how beautiful that bark is. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. That's the way she's supposed to look. Isn't it just gorgeous? Like, oh. And I don't know if any of the sound is going to come through on this aside of the crow squawking, but one of the things that I loved most about having that giant weeping birch is that the way the sound moving in the leaves was just really beautiful. So more daylilies, another St. John's wort right here. This one, I definitely didn't kill it because I see it's got some new growth here, but I had a few days, unfortunately, right around the hottest time when part of my irrigation system, there was a two of the pieces had decoupled, and so there was a whole section of the garden, kittens. There was a whole section of the garden that didn't get any, my audio is good, whole section of the garden that didn't get watered, and unfortunately, this is one of them, but it is bee balm, and, oh, hello. Yes, you should go get a peanut. They're right there. They're right there. Go get it. I'm way too close. That's probably why it's yelling at me. But anyways, it's bee balm, which both the bees and also the hummingbirds really love. And this is also another bee balm, which again, got a little dry, so most of the flowers kind of came off. We've got rosemary here, that all back here. This is all chamomile, and no word of a lie, chamomile, it just smells real good. It smells real good. Like, it's so nice just to, like, and it's, like, soft. Like, some people use this as, like, lawn type stuff. And it just smells so terrific. Let's see, what do we got here? We got some more yarrow. We've got, oh, I don't know if you guys remember, but, like, earlier in the year, in the spring, I was talking about the Daphne plant and how I was maybe thinking of moving her because she was just not happy. Well, instead of moving her, I just filled in around her and gave her a little bit of additional support, and now she seems pretty happy, so I think I'm not going to mess with her. Hey, Kami9, and I didn't see that Rachel had arrived, but I saw Winston's mom say hi to Rachel, so I'm guessing Rachel is here as well. Thank you all so much for being here. That's amazing and awesome, and yeah, these guys here, this is so neat. So these are a perennial green. So it's called Caucasian mountain spinach. And thank you so much. Yeah, it's a really great space. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of stand on this stump here and just kind of give you a, this is the back corner. So obviously you can see my computer's there in the distance. Sorry, Mr. Crow, I will move in a minute. I'm talking to my friends and sharing the space. The peanuts will be there, I promise. Anyhow, all right, I'm gonna give Mr. Crow some space and we'll come back and check this out. Oh, this is the melons. Oh, I wonder if I have one more melon that was, no, and these kind, it's like they slip, so when they're perfectly ripe when they just come off in your hand and you don't have to pull them at all. But obviously, more pansies. I also have a shit ton of strawberries around. I bought like half a dozen strawberry plants a bunch of years ago, and they just really like to propagate. Okay, is that far enough? No? I don't know if he's yelling at me or if he's yelling at the cats. Yeah, and you know what? You know what, Winston's mom? Those little nets, so obviously I used to be, well, someone from the outside anyways, completely different. And so those are actually an old pair of thigh-high fishnets that I just had kicking around that I'd never used, and I was like, they were like in the Goodwill bag in the corner of the basement and had been for like several years, so I just went ahead and cut them up and put them to use, and I thought that was honestly pretty brilliant of me. What? Who are you so yelly at? Oh my goodness, and now there's two. I wonder, sometimes I have to like step all the way back to the house before they'll come and get us snacks. Yeah, thank you so much, Winston's mom. To be honest with you, I was a little impressed with myself. I feel like whenever I have an idea and something actually works, it's so unexpected that it tends to leave a mark. Okay, I was hoping that we would get to see them come down and snag one off of the, can I zoom in when oh, I can. Cool. Okay, didn't know that I could do that. Didn't know that I could do that. It looks like that one is just harassing the other one. They're so funny. They're so stinking smart, too. I have only seen an owl here once, because there's a few, not a huge amount, but there are a few, I'm going to try and show you where I think that an owl might live is in, oh, let me zoom back out here, in that gigantic evergreen right there. And there's a couple of them that are pretty big in the neighborhood, so I know there are more around. I just haven't seen one in a long time. For a while I had, before I finished the fence, this was open and there's an alley right there, and I had a friend who spent a few months kind of pulled her RV into the yard, and she didn't have like a regular job like I did, so she kind of got to keep the hours that she wanted, which I'm always so envious of. And it freaked you out. Yeah, I mean, especially if you're not expecting it. They're otherworldly in some ways. But she said that she saw one a few times, usually around like 3 o'clock in the morning. But typically, if I'm awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm usually like hyper immersed in some sort of project or another. But anyhow, oh, I know what I wanted to show you guys. So, all right, so this bed that I'm standing on is, I mean, it's mostly degraded. It used to be a bed that I made. I wonder if there's any even corners left. Yeah, it's all just remnants. But see all those little sticks there? It was originally woven from the boughs of the tree. The big storm that I think killed it. It just had left so much debris all over the yard, and so yeah, I just wove all of them in and made a little bed out of it. And I'm not sure why, but the stuff that grows out of this bed, like, look at the size of that. All right, how can I zoom out more? There we go. Okay, look at the size of that strawberry leaf. Like, that is gigantic. Like, it's the same kind of strawberry. Ooh, taking shit out. Is this guy. And it's just so much huger. And I'm not sure why, although I have some theories. Well, I've been thinking about moving that anyways. So just put it over here. Sorry for pointing you guys at the mess instead of the pretty. So, I mean, I know I skipped some parts, but there's a sage, there's more daylilies, there's some gladioluses. This, which is everywhere, is this, and pretty much all of this. It's all catnip, which might be why the cats keep showing up here. But, yeah. And I think this is one of the, I went to a native plant sale several months ago, and one of the things I got is this aster, which they said was called an Oregon aster. It was very small when I put it in, and I didn't expect it to grow quite so big. I also didn't expect this dahlia to get quite so big right here. And the fact that it's still blooming in September is kind of blowing my mind, but I think it's because I come out and deadhead it every few days. Although I have noticed it's not getting any new flowers on the back, which the sun kind of goes like in that direction, so I think that's probably why. I love black cats too. This one is named Shorty T, and he is a kitten who belongs to the neighbor. And it's like, all you gotta do is watch him for like 3 seconds, and you're like, oh yeah, he's definitely got some kitten energy. And he only is allowed out during the day. He obviously goes home at night, and on his collar there is it's actually a remote control for a cat door. So he can go in anytime, but he can't leave once he's in until he's older and bigger. But yeah, oh, and these are all gladioluses. So like, I don't know, a bunch of years ago, I have no idea, I bought like a package of gladioluses, and then, fast forward a few years, and they had multiplied so much that I had to dig them up. I gave a container about that size away to Terrell, which reminds me, I did see that text earlier, Winston's mom, or message earlier. Terrell is doing good so far as I know. I haven't talked to her in about a week and a half, but she was getting ready to head out of town for a big camping trip with a bunch of colleagues that she goes on every year, and so, yeah, she seems to be doing great. Also, one of the things I got at that little native plant sale is this guy, which is a heal-all, and these little flowers are so pretty. Like, they're just so pretty. And it's in the mint family, so I'm guessing that these will probably end up popping up around the yard too. This is all arnica, which is done for the year. And these here are borage. And borage is cool. Here's a little flower. The flowers only last a day. I think they're also called star or something star. But yeah, look how pretty that is. And the bees really do love them. I think that's one of the reasons why things grow pretty well in this yard. And then those right there, echinacea. I think one of the reasons things grow so well in this yard is that I do really do what I can to foster bees. And, you know, I want them around. But look at that little borage. It's so cute. It's so adorable. And they also self-seed really easily, which is kind of nice. But, oh my gosh. And see what I mean about the morning glories? Like, this is a morning glory closed up. And yeah, totally, admittedly, beautiful. That is like 10 feet, 12 feet from where I planted them originally. And there's a ton of them growing in here now that I did not plant. So that's a little bit of a bummer because they are kind of hard to pull. But, you know, it's fine. Yeah, so that's pretty much the back. Oh, except the calendula. I forgot to show you the calendula. Oh, hi, kitty. Oh, hi, kitty. You want to be cute? You want to be cute for lots of people? Oh, he's really gentle with his claws. Like, I actually thought that he was declawed at first because he's so gentle with his claws, but he does got sharp little teeth. Yeah. Oh, yeah, get that. I was trying to sweep earlier on my lunch break, and he was just, oh my God, all over it. Okay, I'm gonna point you guys that way, and oh my goodness, I've missed so much chat. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness, I missed a lot. Okay. Yes, yes, keep on motivating you to get out into your own yard. Absolutely. I love that. Um, yeah, boost the immune system. Thank you. That's the other thing. There was something specific to stomach stuff. Like, I don't remember if it was if it was probiotics, or I can't remember, but um, yeah, that was totally what the crows were doing with Scooch Down, Harry. Yeah, now they're gone. I don't know where they went. Um, huh. Yeah. So my cat is also a black cat, but she is usually pretty shy. So the fact that I'm making words out loud will probably mean that she won't even come around, because that's how she rolls. Sorry, it's so shaky. So, what do you guys think? Do you want to like talk about tarot stuff, or should I continue on around to the side garden, or do you want to just chat? I don't know. So much of what I want to do is less internally driven and more externally driven. So I will leave that up to you guys and take a moment to put this back on the thing so I can take a little breaksy from it. Whew, that was a lot of talking, guys. Oh, and I still, oops, crap. Oh, did I just break my thing? Oh, motherfucker. Sorry if any of those noises were loud. Um, Oh my gosh, I went to, this is as a complete and total aside, but I went to the eye doctor yesterday I had an appointment and I was just going back. They got my, the contacts in. Actually, hang on, I'll be right back. And so I went and got new contacts and, just new samples, just because it's nice, especially for like more active things like snowboarding. It's like I can't operate without my vision being corrected in any way that's safe for walking, let alone snowboarding. So it is nice to have them, but I am now old enough where I've gotten nearsighted as well as farsighted. And like these are progressives, but they're just like +1s on the bottom. And which is why like you'll notice sometimes my glasses end up down here because that's what I need to do to make them work because I just need new glasses. But I should be using 1.75s. And so basically if I wear contacts, I can see pretty okay far away. Not as great as with glasses on, because I have an astigmatism too. But I can't see shit close up. And like, it kind of freaked me out. Like I actually made a little, well, not emergency, but I made an unexpected stop at the, what's it called? Pharmacy. To get some reading glasses because like I literally couldn't read anything on my phone. And like with my glasses, if I can't read something that's like this close to my face because the magnification isn't enough, then what I can just do is take my glasses off and get the thing closer to my face. But with contacts in, getting the thing closer to your face just makes it blurrier, which honestly, that it kind of creeps me out. I only had them in for a few hours. I will try them again, but like I think it's going to be one of those things that I probably only use for like very limited stuff, like maybe going swimming, because it would, while it would suck to lose a pair of contacts, that's not a huge amount of money, but if I lost or broke a pair of glasses, that's like several $100s minimum. And so yeah, it's good to have for that, but like I just think my days of being able to wear contacts are, for just getting around, are pretty much over. Which I haven't worn contacts regularly in a long time anyways, so I guess that's fine, but it would be nice to be able to find like cheap sunglasses, like geez. But anyhow, so it is at 6, 7, wait, is your birthday? Oh, not of the same month, right? You know what's interesting, Winston's mom? Well, first let me, Kami9, I literally have only done that once. And it was a really long time ago, which is shocking because like I break, I very rarely lose stuff of value. Like I don't know that I've ever lost a wallet, but I break stuff pretty frequently. And like I have to have like like it's not an OtterBox, but it's basically a knockoff of an OtterBox on my phone, and I have to do the glass lenses, and I swear every time I put a new one on, it's fucking broken within 3 days again. But at least it's just the cover and not the actual thing. I'm gonna point this down so as Squirrely comes up to visit. Oh, come here. Come let the people see how cute you are. Hi. No, Shorty T. Shorty T. Don't be a fucker. Squirrels are our friends. Like I said, a kitten. Wait, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so I did do that once, and the one time that I was sat on them, no word of a lie, I broke the lens. I actually broke the lens in half. So, yeah, I didn't even know. It was a long time ago. But, yes, Winston's mom. I did actually ask the eye doctor about that yesterday because my mom does that. My mom has one for long and one for short. But my mom's scar isn't nearly as bad as mine, and I don't know where her short is. Like, she never wore glasses at all when I was really young. So I did ask the doctor about that. She said that there are when you do that, what you give up is depth perception, and they're willing to work with you. She said it's one of those things where they like to try a few different things first. Oh no, am I spinning? Why? Why am I spinning? Hmm. Am I spinning? Oh, okay. Well, something's wrong with my YouTube on my computer then. That's weird. Anyways, so yeah, so the eye doctor said that you could do that. She said that it's one of those things where it's like they like to exhaust a couple of other options first because it is a little bit difficult to get it right. And what you gain by having to only wear one pair of contacts, you actually lose some depth perception out of it. So it takes some testing to figure out how exactly to make that compensation work in right, work well enough that you can like safely drive basically and safely like operate in the world. um, okay, what is going on here with my thing? Huh. Wonder why. Okay, well, that's weird. I don't know. I don't understand any of the technology stuff, but oh, I'm gonna also scooch you guys this way because Mr. Crowfriend is back, and there are still a couple of peanuts there that the scrub jays, which have been hitting shit hard lately, have gotten that. So, are you gonna do it? You gonna do it, sweetie? Come and get it, beautiful. Yes. Oh, hi, gorgeous. You guys can see that, right? I cannot even tell you. Ooh, Jesus, no need to be zoomed in on my own fucking face like that. Christ. Um, I cannot tell you every time I see that how happy it makes me. Like, I don't really enjoy feeding myself that much. Like, it's one of those things that I often will put off until I start to feel like shit, and then like enough that it actually propels me into doing something about it. But I do love feeding the creatures. Ooh, and I'm also cricket. So, did I don't know if um, did Rachel already tell about her dream and I missed it? Oh, there's my lighter. Oh wow, that's really cool that you had that relationship with your dad. 3 times a day. That's adorable. And it sounds like from the past tense that your dad is no longer with you, and I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, you were definitely fortunate. Oh, the U.S. Open. Is that the tennis thing? Is that tennis? Um. Okay. Well, did she tell about her dream and I missed it, or did she say that she was gonna save that for later? I guess I could just scroll back up. I'm not sure why I'm being so lazy, but I appreciate you. Uh, I was wondering. Okay, so I'm not going to set this up as like an official vote, but if there's anybody here who has a preference as to whether we shift gear to talk about tarot or just chill generally, or if you want me to do the next stage of garden shit. So I'll leave that up to you guys to let me know. Oh, she didn't mention it. Okay, cool. I was very intrigued to hear what that was all about, so I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss it. And look now, Shorty T totally like just decided to chill out. Where she is, or he. I thought, okay, so I didn't know until like the first couple of weeks that I started seeing him. I didn't know whose cat it was because even though there's a collar, there's no name tag on it. Oh, it's my favorite little squirrely friend. Don't you fuck with Scrappy. I know you like to. Oh, yeah. But so yeah, so at first I didn't know who this cat belonged to, and I just assumed. I feel like whenever I come across an animal that I don't know the gender of, I will just assume it's female. Shoot me, whatever. I mean, please don't. But um, so I thought she was a girl, also because she was very sweet. So I guess, hate sweetness with female things. Um, and because she didn't have a name tag on, I didn't know what to call her. And I don't remember how it came about. I think it was actually something that Terrell said because she happened to be over here picking something up when this cat showed up for the first time. But for whatever reason, I started calling him Cakes and thinking that he was a she. So now I'm trying to like recorrect and like, I mean, obviously she doesn't, or he doesn't care. I don't think animals have a preference. They don't seem to have a preference on what gender they're referred to because like they don't talk. Not like we do anyways. But but yeah, so now I'm trying to at least use the proper name of Shorty T because I already renamed. This is actually the same neighbor that Mr. Man uh, originally lived there, and Mr. Man is the name that I gave him. And was not the name that he was given, but I didn't know that at the time either. So it's not like I intentionally was like, "Your name stinks. I want to call him this." It's just like, I feel like with pet names, even like Moochin, like that's not the name that I gave her when I got her. Like I gave her like an actual name, but yeah, I didn't like Moochin is just like one of the many nicknames that has evolved and become her name over time. That was cool about the squirrely friend. Like, oh my god, yeah, she's the only one. I mean, Stubby let me touch her like twice, like full on like pets. But aside of that, Scrappy is the only one that I have done that with. There are several of them that I can like give a peanut to, and they'll take it out of my hand very gently. But okay, so when did I first get into the tarot? The first time I got into the tarot was a long time ago. It was probably, so this, that I'm wearing, this part of it, the silver part, the pentacle, or that's not actually what it's called. Is it what it's called? I mean, that's what it's called in tarot. Anyways, that, this was actually the very first piece of jewelry that I ever bought myself when I was like, I don't know, 15, 16 years old. And I was like, the first time I ever came out as anything, it was as non-Christian and more in alignment with like pagan, Wicca, witchy type stuff. And so that was the first time I got into tarot. This was, of course, prior to the internet, where learning was just harder. It was harder to get access to information. It required more patience and diligence. And I was also getting a lot of, like I said, I was a teenager, so, you know, still in the like family home. And I got a lot of pushback for my beliefs because my mom's like kind of born again, sort of. And she just had a really big problem with it for a long time. So, and then I was super into it for probably like 8 or 10 years, but never really got super far with like having a very deep understanding. Like as much of a hot mess as I feel like I kind of am now. I was like, in retrospect, I was definitely a hot mess. Like my panic shit was completely out of control at that time. Um, and I just didn't have the focus, or I think I wasn't psychologically in a place of really getting below sort of surface level stuff and the just almost like taboo nature of it. But then the second time around, and then I sort of like put it all away, put all of my spiritual stuff away, like not physically, but like metaphorically, just put it all in a box and didn't look at it for like 20 years, or close to 20 years. And I just got back into it in 2019. It was, so, or maybe 2018. It was 2018. So it was in 2018, which was the year that Lou just spontaneously came into being. Um, and that was also the year, later on that same year, I herniated the disc in my neck. And kind of right around all of that happening, I also had I was growing a bunch of marijuana plants because you can do that legally here. I think you can grow either 3 or 4, maybe 6, I can't remember. But you can grow them legally, and they're just such a lovely plant to grow. And so I'd grown them, and it was literally the day that I was supposed to harvest them. Like I literally came outside with my coffee in one hand and my scissors in another, and the night before, somebody came and hacked them all down. It was, and they were like, it was an existential experience, because this was also the same week. Oh, trigger warning coming up here. Trigger warning for discussion of rape. Um, this was also the week where, and those of you that know me and know how much my memory kind of sucks, the fact that I even remember like exactly when this was and what things was, I think kind of points to its importance in some way. But it was the same week that Christine Blasey Ford testified against in the congressional hearings for Brett Kavanaugh to be confirmed as a Supreme Court justice. And it just so happens that I had a very similar type of experience in high school. And that week, um, like, I never told anybody about it. I don't even think I ever talked to my friends about it. I just shamed myself about it and then put it all away and didn't look at it. So it was that same week that, hearing her story and recognizing its correlation to my own story of something that happened in high school, and, just sort of noticing on the internal and the external, just seeing all of this discussion and this energy around the uh, just horrible treatment of women. and and then that was like the a day or two after that was the day that the marijuana plants were uh, cut down. And I mean, marijuana plants, if they fruit like that, like what we smoke, it's all female. They're female plants. And oh, Scrappy's back. Hey, girl. I don't think there's anything in there. Here you go. And so marijuana plants are female. And like when I came out that day, like it wasn't just like people cut them down. Like they were in these like really big pots that I like can't move myself. They're just huge. I mean, I could shimmy it a couple of feet. Oh, hey, cutie. But they were just like kicked over. Like it was just destruction. And uh, I felt so violated because this is, my space. And I've had my car has been broken into a few times. My subwoofer just got stolen like a week and a half ago, which really sucked. And like the shed had been broken into, but like from the back end, from the alley side. So like, but this was like in my space, and so it felt like a really big violation. At the same time that this woman and the country, as a result, were sort of talking about all of these other violations, and I was kind of having this revelation about this other violation that I'd experienced. And I was living here by myself at the time, and felt like didn't feel safe here. And I swear this is all getting to a point. It's a very long story, apparently, that I hadn't planned to tell. But and so what I sort of did to reclaim my energetic ownership of this space is I basically cast a spell. I had a ritual. I put things in the corner of the property. I asked for assistance, and it was basically like a rekindling. It just kind of broke me open in a way, and like a rekindling of all of this spiritual energy that I had had on lockdown for a really long time. Um, and then here we are. It all kind of happened from there. So, oh my goodness, I've missed so much. Oh yeah, Brett, I like beer and boofing. Like, I can't believe, like, I still, man, the state of this country, it just breaks my fucking heart. And as another rant that I wasn't really planning on making today, but now I feel like I have to, um, I'm really tired of the talk about indoctrinating kids about the gay and the trans thing, because you know what? All of these gay and trans adults were once children, which means by default there are gay and trans kids. So nobody's indoctrinating anybody. Like it's like if if indoctrination worked in terms of sexuality, then I'd still probably be married to a man. But eventually that ship bubbles up regardless of the amount of indoctrination that you are exposed to. So that's just such trash. It's a trash argument that I'm real tired of hearing. Um, yeah, I also don't really label myself in particular. I think I kind of have taken bits and pieces from many different wisdoms at this point. Okay, introvert question. For you, after you finish a live stream, do you feel the need to recharge? And if so, how long does it take to debrief and downtime yourself after one of these? So, I think when I was young, okay, so with regards to the specifics of your question, yeah, there's definitely, I think that there are times, especially with a live stream, that I become a little disembodied during the experience. Um, and so when it's done, there's like a kind of like coming back to myself and like an exhalation of all of this tension that I didn't even realize that I was holding. Um, and then there is usually some fatigue. Um, I try and also be mindful, like I said, as I've gotten older, this is probably a pretty big distinction. As gotten older, I've tried to be more mindful of going into things sort of like energetically or emotionally prepared to carry the weight. Um, so it's for me a little bit about preparation, and a little bit about just offering myself space before and after has done a lot for me in mitigating that uh, sort of like retraction period after, that's not the right word, but like reverb, I guess, the reverb. Um, but it also depends on how much is going on. Like I think one thing I've come to sort of notice about myself a little bit, especially after the experience of the past few years, is that I kind of I become emotionally dysregulated relatively easily, certainly much more easily than when I was younger. Like it's not even comparable. But I think that's because I just I was very good at repression and compartmentalization. So I would just be like, oh, that doesn't bother me, and I'd believe it, which is just wrong. But so yeah, in the short term, and I've noticed the same thing, like being out with friends or in a just kind of like energetic, fun, lots of stuff going on sort of environment, that like there is a part of me that like even after I leave that, I'll still maintain that level of energy for a little bit, and so it takes a little while just to like, yeah, come back to self and come back to center, I think, in a way. Um, yeah, it was super hard to study any kind of esoterica. There was this store, sadly it's not there anymore, but the store that I actually bought this little necklace at, um, and it was called the Mustard Seed. And it was a little witchy store. They had readings. They had, I mean, the very first naturopath, like ND, naturopathic doctor, that I ever saw was, I think, out of a space that was attached to the back there, because there's just, I mean, in New Hampshire especially, there just wasn't a whole lot of medicine options that weren't allopathic. So Yeah, it was a different time, and they had a lot of books, but I was also young and about as broke as I am now. But didn't have a ton of money to buy all of the books, and let alone read them. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You are right. They, holy shit, 30 years? Okay. Wow. I'm like, I know the sort of bare bones of that case, and I don't really want to discuss it in detail because I don't want to put my energy there right now. But wow, like wow, that is 30 years. Fucking great. Get the fucking rapists off the street. That's what I say. Brett is universally. Oh, I don't know. I feel like I've probably known. I mean, there's a couple of Bretts and a few Brents that work in my office, and I have no reason to believe that they're douchebags. But so I'm sure there are good Bretts out there. Hashtag not all Bretts. Um, I don't know if I've heard of Iron Maiden. Sorry, Jeremiah. I think that's probably as good as I can do is to say that I have heard of Iron Maiden. And I'll even go so far as to say that I think it's probably likely that I even know some of their songs, but knowing the titles or being able to pull the melodies to mind and assigning them to Iron Maiden, no, I have no idea. So I'm not familiar with Razor's Edge. Is that, or Living on the Razor's Edge? Um, Oh, Winston's mom asked for assistance, a ritual. Did it feel better during the ritual, or it felt better the moment I decided to do it because it was taking action in a way, regardless of what other people may have thought. I mean, essentially what I did, I think it was, there were some rocks involved, some crystals involved, and an apple. So, I wasn't doing anything like too wild or anything like that, or anything that, like, I mean, I don't think anybody would think of as an Apple as any kind of security device. So, in some ways, the action that I was taking wasn't like TE effective in any way. But I guess in a more NI kind of way, it I was taking an action, setting an intention, and there is something about energetically owning the space that you're in. And I don't mean owning like, I mean owning like, what's another way of saying that? Hmm, what is another way of saying that? Um, Energetically claiming the space as being under your protection or being of in your stewardship in some way. So it was like the moment that I actually decided to do it through the like thinking about it and the doing of it. And then after the doing of it, like it was all kind of part of a process, but it I don't actually even remember specifically, so I'm kind of just assigning this to what I think of the experience then. I don't actually have a super conscious memory of being like, oh, now that I've decided to do this, I feel relieved. Um, but I think in retrospect, that's kind of how it went down. Yeah, I know, you're right. Everybody. I love the commentary here. Lou answers the recharge question. Do you feel out of your body a lot? You know, if somebody had asked me that 8 or 10 years ago, I probably would have said no or not even known what they were talking about. Now, I'm not so sure. And this is something I think about sometimes because, like, so, oh, was that peanut not a good one? I don't know, something about this bag. Like, there are some peanuts that the squirrels will literally just walk away from. They'll pick it up and smell it and be like, nope. So that's annoying. Oh, but, what was I gonna say? Out of my body. Um, so sometimes I think about this. I don't know that I have a very, like, I'm not super on top of how my body is feeling. Like, I will eventually notice that I'm cold or hot, um, or hungry or tired or things like that. But I don't think I'm actively monitoring it consciously a lot of the time. Um, and when I so when I was younger, like I've definitely had chronic pain stuff for a long time, although I didn't even know that because I thought that's just how bodies felt. Um, and But herniating the disc in my neck was a real game changer. Like, you know, every other health thing I've ever had before that I could sort of ignore in a way or check out of in a way and not be present for. But like that was just, it was so many months and it was just so goddamn painful that it like forced me to pay attention to the SI of like how to make this stop. Um, and then, and like I said, that was in 2018. And then in 2020 was when I did that year-long psychic meditation clairvoyant training. And a lot of what they talk about there is, and I'm not sure how this applies through like an MBTI type lens or typology type lens, but one of the things they talked about there is how so much of our we are not like we, but like we as people in general are so cut off from our experience of uh, recognizing our intuitions or acting on our intuitions. And I think when they use that word, they're more talking about like in the classical sense, rather, you know, like your gut intuition or mother's intuition type of thing, rather than like cognitive function intuition. But they were so uh, kind of hell-bent on teaching that the best way you could access that information was by being embodied. And so it's kind of been a little bit of a journey since then to trying to be more embodied. And I think, you know, meditation has helped a lot with that. I think I started my meditation, I don't actually remember when, I really dove headlong into it during in the herniated disc time. Did I herniate the disc in 20? I don't know. I don't even remember what year is what now, but I do not have a very good inherent sense of the feeling of being embodied. And it's one of those things, and I don't know if this is typical or not, of people in general or certain types or certain thises or certain that's, but I have noticed that my ability to uh, be embodied is kind of contingent on a lot of other things not happening. So, like, for example, like getting a massage is a really easy way to become embodied because there's like so much sensation that you can so easily pay attention to bring you into your body. However, if the massage therapist is also talking to me, I won't actually experience any of the like bodily stuff. Like it will just put me right into my head. Um, Wait, do you feel like would it help if the chat spoke to you? Like if we went type to voice text? I don't even know what that means. Um, oh my gosh, I'm behind. Yeah, the mustard seed. Oh God, that place was so great. I don't think it's there anymore. Um, the city is a lot fancier now, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know how many of the peanuts are being left. And like, I mean, between the squirrels and the scrub jays, did you know that scrub jays buried peanuts? Pfft, didn't know that. Um, yeah, I'm not sure what exactly you mean by high frequency, but that makes sense. Um, yeah, and like that has definitely been a part of the arc, I think, is in trying to bring a little bit more awareness to that, because like, I mean, it's the only body I got in this life. I should be paying more attention to it than I do. I mean, obviously. If I had limitless money, I would hire someone to drop by the house daily and give me a massage, and I wouldn't like talking during massage either. Yeah, if I had limitless money, I also, well, probably not daily, but I also would consider doing that. I haven't had a massage in so long. Like, I don't think I've had one since before 2020, since before COVID. Um, yes, I do sometimes listen to binaural beats for a couple of reasons. One, I realized that yeah, during this healing arc, that's what I was going to say a minute ago, and then I forgot. During this whole kind of like healing, whatever the fuck is happening to me these last few years, um, I, I don't think I ever knew that like it's just never been. My body has just never been a place that I've wanted to be, I guess, in a lot of ways, and it's in some ways less like that now than it was before, and I think part of that is because I've kind of, in terms of like the way I dress my body and take care of my body and like do my hair and stuff like that and just present to the world is a lot more in alignment with who I authentically am than earlier. So I think that has helped, as well as all of the just psychology and therapy and, you know, thinkery and connecting with people and talking about these kinds of things and stuff like that. But I also remember there was, I think, gosh, what's his name? It's not Vanderkook. That's the guy who wrote The Body Keeps the Score, which is a great book. But Peter, shit, what's his name? I can't remember his name, but he is Pete Walker. Pete Walker? I think it might be Pete Walker, who, if I'm recalling correctly, which you know I definitely may not be, um, she, uh, I mean, talked about how, I think it was when he was talking about like hypervigilance and armoring, and I think armoring is the sort of underlying, um, one of the underlying things that has to do with a lot of my stuff bodily wise, um, but that, yeah, when there's like a certain level of trauma, or like I said, I think it was Pete Walker, and I think it was the CPTS book, the Complex or Childhood Trauma PTSD, and how that, you know, when CPTSD occurs at a certain development age, then it kind of interfered a little bit with ego development. And one of the things he said is that oftentimes, you know, basically these people don't even know how to relax. So getting into that state that you were talking about with the binaural beats, that state of relaxation and calm is just not something that we have a whole lot of like neural pathways or muscle memory for. So I don't always listen to stuff when I'm meditating. Sometimes I just, you know, just do it. But sometimes I will put on headphones and give myself some theta waves or binaural beats. Oh gosh, I'm missing. See, I get so chatty, and then I miss all the things that you're saying. So again, apologies if ever I miss something. Setting one's internal focus for efficiency of making your section of reality what one wants. I'm not so sure about the efficiency, but otherwise, yeah, efficiency I feel like is something that I struggle with, and my idea of efficient is usually pretty immediately shut down by the actual real world. And I'm like, oh yeah, I could have been doing that way fucking different. It would have made a lot more sense. Okay, binaural beats. Yeah, I am, well, Aqua Pisces Cap. Uh-oh, here's the peanuts. Hi, Cody. I realized that you guys haven't even been able to see. I wonder now, is Faye Moon high maintenance, low maintenance, or like Sally? Yeah, I mean, that, hmm, I guess it depends on how exactly you mean that. I tend to be, I've sort of been re-dipping on the attachment theory stuff lately, because I'm back to like not really sure of my attachment style, and something came up. I don't remember what, that has me sort of looking back into it. But there's absolutely there's some avoidance there for sure. So I think that generally, I mean, even to my own damn detriment, in partnerships, I have sort of been like overly independent versus overly dependent of needing anything from anyone. So I don't think I was very high maintenance in that way. I think, especially with Andrew, like, yeah. Um, with Terrell, I'd say that's probably also kind of mostly the case. But with her, I definitely did notice, and it might have just been because it was just more stressful, you know, trying to be uh, in a parent type of situation. Um, and so just the living, it was just harder for me to adjust to all of us living together. Um, and I think one of the ways that I sort of coped in that way was being a little like over controlling of the environment. Like, I used to have this thing where like I really wanted the kitchen clean before going to bed, and I didn't need anybody else to do it. I just do it myself. But and I think that was just some way of sort of like controlling the level of chaos that I was feeling just by having so many people around. So I two Saturns and a Jupiter. Oh yeah, Karma's Pimp. I got fucking Saturn at the apex of my goddamn yod. Still working on trying to figure that out. So whether or not anybody wants to do this online or offline, I don't really care. But if we would want to, if anybody wants to like help me try and figure this out, or point me in the right direction, or just fucking tell me and I'll take what it, like, I don't know, like, I seem to be stuck in a place with trying to understand it, and yet I sort of feel like there's something really important there that I need to grasp that's going to be really helpful to me. So any of you people who actually really know about astrology, if you want to help me figure that shit out, I would not say no. Oh, I mean, have you used Aurasoma? I don't even know what that is. Oh, well, how? I mean, do I care if. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you guys a question. Let me get to the bottom of the chat. I don't know what Aurasoma is. Mind explaining what you mean by universal? Oh, that's to Kami9. Hmm. Next live restream, we have the talk odds. You have three. Oh my fucking Christ! When's his mom? Jesus Christ. Um, if you do put together information, which I would be super grateful for, try not to give me too much, because I think that's part of my problem, is this stuff feels complicated because you've got the planets, the houses, the signs, and how they all converge. And I think that one of the reasons why I have not gotten to it any further with kind of understanding it is that it just kind of instantly overwhelms me. And I'm like, oh my God, it's gonna, you know. So, oh yeah, you're very welcome, Karma. Yeah, I thought that that was really interesting, and uh, I'm almost tempted to say, because I did not follow that person, I'd never watched a video from her before, I don't think, um, and I'm sort of tempted to say that Nairi sent that to me, because I have some real, like, I don't even think I usually say Saturn without saying fucking before, like, fucking Saturn. Um, like, I kind of hate it. Uh, even though I do recognize the importance of it. So, and Nairi was a shamanic practitioner. And I don't know, I kind of feel like somehow they threw that in my path so that I would come across it, and that maybe that would help shift my mind about it. But yeah, so you're very welcome. Mystical fingers of fate. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're trying to figure him out too? Yeah, I feel like, yeah, I think you're right. I think he has misunderstood. Um, because there's nothing, there's no, I mean, I'm probably wrong about this, but there's like nothing that is energy wise, or like planet, like astrologically speaking. I don't think there's anything that is good or bad. They're all just things, and they have positive attributes and negative attributes, and sometimes it's just a lot easier to see the negative attributes. Yeah, Saturn is a complicated cookie, for sure. Yeah, 3 times in our life. Yeah, and it's weird, like my Saturn return was relatively, I can't remember exactly when it happened, but it doesn't matter. Between 28 and 32 was, relatively speaking, pretty calm. It wasn't, shit started to, hi, sweetheart, kind of fall apart later. Ooh, there's squirrelies everywhere now. I'm, what is that word? Yeah, and I'm looking for a good one, girl. Oh, you got crab my panda? Oh, it's scrappy. Oh, no, no, no. Shorty T, you are a little stinker. Kittens. And I dropped my cigarette, so I littered in my own yard. I don't know where that fucker went. God damn it. Shorty, stop being a kitten. I mean, just a little, just for a minute. Or go home. Um, yeah. 22 to 27 years. Oh, sorry, real close up. Sorry, guys. Um, Interesting. So are you right in the middle of your Saturn return right now, Kami? That sucks. I think 27 to 30. Hmm. I don't know about the expensive cars home. Well, maybe coffee. I do like good coffee. And I do like nice shoes. But I don't know. I don't. As far as expensive cars, not my jam. Don't care. um, I don't even know about expensive homes, but what makes a home expensive is mostly where it is. So there's that. But well, I'm sorry that your Saturn return is kicking your ass, Kami9. That sucks and that's hard. And I know that you mentioned your mom was going through some stuff. Oh my god, I gotta show you guys this. Oh, don't move. Don't move. You're so cute. Can you guys see it? Am I pointing in the right direction? Sorry about the mess. See my cute little buddy there? I think that's Irene. Is that Irene? No, that looks like a boy. Maybe that's not Irene. Oh, cute. Anywho, oh my god, I have barely done one of the two things and none of the other two things. So, since we're talking about sort of this kind of stuff, let's talk about it. Let's talk about this Eight of Pentacles and Nine of Swords. And I'm going to just start off with reading a little bit about what I wrote in my journal. And it's not a huge amount. The universe, by providing these cards, is really wanting me to look at these in an energy that is much more extroverted than usual, and I find that interesting. That is definitely true, because, like, the convergence... Okay, so, backing up, Eight of Pentacles is about, like, skillmanship, and putting in the practice to actually gain the mastery of a skill. So it's about an actual doing of a thing, and the repeat doing of a thing, over and over and over again until you gain some mastery. So it's like basically showing up and doing the actual work. And then Nine of Pentacles, or Nine of Swords, which was the other card, is literally dubbed the Nightmare card. This is a card of anxiety, sleepless nights, uncomfortable feelings, just feeling very, like, jangled. in your mind, and you know how that sort of shows up in the body. Nine of Swords is very familiar with. Yeah, I feel ya. Um, so, and like doing an overwhelm is a pretty comfortable theme for me. Like the doing things and the overwhelm of doing things, and like it's something that I actually think about quite a lot. And so I think it's really kind of awesome that these are the two cards that came out, because it's one of those things that I think about enough and I get on my own ass enough about, that like I think it's interesting that they came out, because it's forcing me to not only think about these things, but it actually got me to pen to paper, which I'm sometimes resistant to. Cutie, 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 cutie. Calm down. Calm down. Here you go, Scrappy. Here you go, girl. You are a little monster. You a little monster. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. No biting. No biting. No biting. No biting. So let's see. Overwhelm of daily lifing. Ooh, sorry about that. You didn't land all that as gracefully as I thought you would. Overwhelm of daily lifing and how that overwhelms and exhausts, and trying to find the balance of that. Um, YouTube, doing causes anxiety and nervousness, but not doing also causes anxiety and nervousness. But at least with doing, the anxiety cost is mitigated by the result, or having something. So, yeah, I mean, Kitty has tiny bells on his collar, just so you know. He already has them. So I thought, you know, like there really is something about this energy, like even when it shows up, just, I guess, not letting it throw me off my path so much. Um, Another place I was thought of that this came up for me is Etsy, and I'm not sure if I've mentioned to you guys. I probably have, but like, so I have an Etsy page, and for a while it was completely empty. Then I had a few things that I put in there, and then some of them expired, and then I also kind of started making different things instead of making the wind chimes and the uh, prisms, or I mean, they are prisms, but they're also stop, kitten. But they're also pendulums. And I've kind of really moved into doing a lot of the leather work. So I just recently sort of posted all of that stuff. Hey, cutie, you are such a sport, Scrappy. Thank you for not being scared away by that big bag beast. Here you go, sweet girl. There you go, sweet girl. Oh, you want a second one? Here you go. So yeah, the entire process is the mastery. So with Etsy, like, I want to just sort of be in the space where I can create the shit that I want to create. But realistically, if I'm gonna create stuff and, you know, maybe make enough money off of it to at least just pay for the making of the stuff, then that means that I also need to get those things out there. So that means that in order to truly have any kind of mastery, that has to include being, you know, the process has to include the taking the pictures, the uploading things, the describing things, self-promoting in some way, which I really suck at, which, oh, by the way, hit the thumbs up button, I mean, if you want. Um, and yeah, so it applies to the creative endeavor that is created with the intention of putting it out there, and how parts of me are in resistance to that. And I wonder if that shows up for any of you guys too. Like, do you have creative things that you like to do or make, whether it's a tangible product or an intangible product or service? Are there things that you think about or dream about doing, but you don't ever actually take any steps because, like, in order to do this thing, you have to learn that thing. Like with YouTube, in order to make videos, I had to learn how to fucking make videos, which I'm still not very good at. Like, there's so much to it. I don't know how to, like, creatively edit and stuff like that. But I think that's probably something that comes up for a lot of people, and I'd be curious to hear if that comes up for you. Um, I also noted that prioritizing better would probably help with some of that Nine of Swords energy, and that is definitely, look at me spitting the wisdom, that would definitely help. I am quite bad at prioritizing because it feels sort of like when you open a closet and everything kind of tumbles out at once. So it gets a little, like, prioritizing is difficult for me, and that shows up in several ways. Let's see. What the fuck am I saying here? Oh, how the doing of the thing, whether it's YouTube, Etsy, authentically existing, taking up space, whatever it is, by the nature of attempting to create mastery, it frames the current status as a lack of mastery, which pushes on the core wound type stuff. Yeah, core wounds. We all have them. And then I went down a rabbit hole and found a really great article about core wounds. And how there are essentially 9 of them. And if you guys want, I can pull up that article. I don't have it set up in OBS because I'm just on my phone, so I don't think I can like share it with you at this time, but if anybody's interested, shoot me an email and I'll send you a link and maybe we could talk about that again. I also interrupted my own writing here about my own shit to just write a, I don't know, I wrote at the top of the page, message. This speaks to life in general and also serves as a gentle reminder that life and living it is the Eight of Pentacles energy. So have compassion for the self and use that thought about prioritizing to stay in touch with, but not be puppeted by, that feeling of anxiety. It's not a race. Because of course, having to do things and having anxiety are pretty human experiences. So, yeah. I cannot draw. That's interesting. I don't know that I've ever come across a person who says that they can, but they don't enjoy it. That's interesting. I enjoy that people will say I'm creative or talented, but I don't care enough to do it more. Yeah, I feel that, and that's a pretty honest statement. Good for you. That's a pretty honest statement. I want to achieve degrees in psychology. It's not lacking knowledge or capacity, but that I need to have resources to offer up to the holders of the river stamps that need money for transportation. Yeah, you need a river ogre. That's what you need. Something like that. Wasn't it a river ogre? A gremlin or something? Anyways, yeah, I don't know how old you are, Jeremiah. I think you're probably a good bit younger than me. I actually did consider going back to school to either be a therapist or a psychologist. Unfortunately, I just kind of had that thought in the last couple of years, and while I do think I'm naturally skilled in those sorts of things, especially when it comes to like one-on-one-ing with people, I just don't want to. It's too much time, it's too much debt just to have to like start. So yeah, exactly. Drive all the way to some place just to contribute your efforts to some other person's credit just to get a credit. Yeah, and it does seem silly. I mean, like, I understand why we have licensure and things like that, and I'm not in opposition to it, but it is unfortunate that just the information isn't more readily available and free. Do I paint? I do not. What I do, doo-doo? I said doo-doo. What I do on occasion, oh my goodness, I gotta show you guys where fucking Little Stinker is. Look at Little Stinker, that's Shorty T. I might start fucking calling him Little Stinker. Mr. Man and Little Stinker. But, so cute. But, no, I don't paint, but, and I'd never done this before, but in that, oh god, just the darkest winter ever brought so many possibilities for light. And also, okay, you guys hear that Scrub Jay? Just saying. Like, that Scrub Jay is, oh, he's moved away a little bit, but he's yelling because there's no peanuts for him on the crow perch. Like they've gotten a little much. But I do like to. God, I just keep interrupting myself. I do like to play with pastel sticks. I like oil pastels. Um, and I think I haven't done it in a little while. I've been trying to focus on the leather crafting stuff, which I made a whole bunch of these or something similar. These are kind of new, and you probably won't show very well, but so yeah, just carved just a leaf, little cuff. Um, so I haven't done many of the pastel drawings in a while, but I have a whole bunch. I got some blank tarot cards. So they're on the back. It looks like a tarot card, like the back of a tarot card, and it's the same size as just the a standard Rider weight. But the front side is completely blank, and so I did a whole bunch of little pastel drawings on those, and then I only got through like 2 series of them before I moved on to something else. But I think one of them was magical, which I just kind of like wrote on top of it in like glittery. That actually I did paint. What if I go to an entry level job? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no word of a lie, Jeremiah. I switched careers. I left my old career recently and basically started over at an entry level job. And yeah, like I mean, I think that I mean, I looked for a job for quite some time before I found something that fit and that would at least kind of almost pay my bills. I mean, we don't need to go down that road, but yeah, I basically started all the way over at an entry level job, and I mean that's with a lot of experience, in a field that had application to other fields, but I didn't want to do anything like what I was doing before, so I kind of painted myself into a corner there. So to answer that second question, I have to do work to get your talents. Oh, interesting. Did I have anything else that I've written down here? Oh, the Eight of Pentacles as diligence, which can sometimes bring to mind schedules and routines, which also, for me anyways, really starts to push on that Nine of Swords energy. I don't know if any of y'all feel this way as well. I'm guessing some of you do. But like, I mean, obviously there are schedules and routines that I'm just forced by capitalism to have, and by the job, and like that's fine. But outside of that, I really sort of stink at creating routines and schedules that are like super beneficial for myself. Like it makes me feel like the thought of having, like, even doing something like this, like this is probably a good place for me to start, actually, is with YouTube. And like I would like to maybe get in the habit of like every Wednesday or Thursday, like just planning on live streaming one of those 2 days. And like that's the kind of routine that I can do. If it's something that I like doing, even if it's something that's technically a little like worky, like I have to do other things that I don't really enjoy doing in order to get to the part that I do enjoy. It kind of like setting the bar pretty low. But generally speaking, I don't know. Has there been any word on the streets? No, I have not heard from him since whenever. I don't think I'm going to go after him for the wages because I just don't want to. Terror Destroyer. Oh, wait. Hello, Terror Destroyer. I would like to welcome you. Hello. Are you going to go after... Oh, wait, who is Terror Destroyer? Wait, I'm confused. Are you going to... What? Okay, I'm not sure. Is that Terror Destroyer? They're a spam bot. Okay. So do I just... what do I do here? Ooh, Spambot repeat chatters, comments, that's their giveaway. So do I just remove or do I remove and report? Do I just remove? Winston's mom, you're like the epitome of like, you know how to be a moderator. So like, do I just hit remove here? Is that all I gotta do? Oh, why did this, hang on. Oh, there we go. Whoa. Remove and report. Interesting. That is just creepy. Remove. Report. Oh, God, okay. Yikes. I guess, yeah, that one. Okay. Okay. Well, reports me each time, and I will also have reports in each carrier and give up and go away. Wow, that is, whew, first time for everything, I guess. Wow. Um, not even 300 subs, and I'm already getting spammed. That's bananas. Let's see. I've only got 2 more notes. Let's just get through these 2 real quick. Mismanaging the cycle of doing, anxiety, not doing, whichever order they come in, is a lot like metal fatigue in material sciences. You know, I have no recollection of writing that, but that is totally fucking true. Like, if you have a piece of copper and you bend it and you bend it and you bend it and you bend it and you bend it, it will snap. Metal fatigue. So I kind of feel like maybe that's just a really good metaphor for my life right now, is I just mismanaged a bunch of things, and then there were some pretty extreme exterior forces, and I'm just in a period of metal fatigue right now. And then 9 of Swords as anxiety showing up as questioning the selves and doings. Oh, yeah. Slow growth, rejection, back to core wound hell. So, yeah. Which, yeah, that, yeah. I just feel a little deflated after reading that. Whoever's giving me the hearts, thank you so much. Obviously, that giant sign probably indicated I needed it. Oh, Ruben R is here. Hi, Ruby. I'm swimming here, but for the YouTube juice. Yes, YouTube juice is always good. Yeah. So, okay. Come here, cutie. Come here. Come here. Come be cute for the camera. Come on. Come on. Come on. There's nothing in that. Oh, okay. I guess there was something in that. You can have one for free. I feel bad trying to exploit you. All right. So, did anybody else have any thoughts on that? I wish Rachel was here to tell us about her dream. But I kind of feel like, just sort of in general, that and maybe this isn't true for other people, but I think for me, the 8 of Pentacles often coincides with a certain degree of 9 of Swords energy, and that there is, like, yeah, that there's a lot of anxiety wrapped up in doing things, particularly doing things or working towards mastery or skillmanship in a way that has to be done in front of people. I don't know why why this one seems frozen. Yeah, where'd you go? Oh, no? Okay, what the fuck? Maybe I'll just close that and try that again. Oh my goodness. Why do I have such issues? Because I don't really know how to use technology. Oh my god, I feel blind. I can't see what any of y'all are saying. Oh, yeah, okay, so yeah, pop-up chat. I don't know why my other one froze several minutes ago, apparently. So let me scroll back up. Doo-doo-doo. Pola. Oh, I just reported fake. Awesome. Well, that's very kind of you, Pola Berlinski. I am sure karmically that will come around at some point. Um, Hopefully, you reported me in categories for awesomeness and amazingness and authenticity and just overall magical fantasticness. So, we'll see. Um, I wonder if people will go looking for his live streams. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Um, reporter for resonance. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I definitely. Oh, wow, you're back. Oh, my goodness. God. Okay, sorry, guys. Um, my goodness. Wow, so much drums. Um, wow. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Um, wow. Crazy. Yeah, I don't understand why people have such feelings about tarot. Like, I just feel like it's one of those things that people are just really misinformed about in a lot of ways. Yeah, odd horn timing. That's the train. It's probably every day around this time. I don't actually know, but I definitely know that for a while last year and the year before when we were doing the, what's it called? Where-by-hangs, that, yeah, it's a pretty regular thing. I don't know why. Wow. Bananas. Okay. Just weird. It's weird, weird, weird. Okay. Ba-doo-ba-doo. Oh my god, you're back again? Are you back again? Or is that worship the dead because tattooed witch tells you to? Oh my goodness. How horrific. You're terrible. You're just a terrible. I don't even know what is going on here, but what I could say. Sorry, I keep just pointing you guys at nothing. Um, yeah, I don't know what the fuck is happening. This chat keeps freezing. Weird. Let me try to refresh that. Thank you for making a comment, Winston's mom, because I'm just... Okay. Oh, that's weird. I feel like on my phone, I saw a whole bunch of other comments come up from that Tarot Destroyer. Something about worship the dead because the tattooed witch tells you to. Which, I don't know if she's talking about me, but... I mean, I don't actually call myself a witch, and I definitely wouldn't say to worship the dead, although I don't think there's anything wrong with staying in communication with some of them. Like, I'm coming up, mid-September is going to be 3 years since my aunt died, and then end of October it's going to be 3 years since Nairi died, and, okay, I don't know. Paula, are you a person? I don't know what to make of you. Tarot Destroyer will mess up your internet connection. Just be careful. Your cartoon cards have no power. I don't know what cartoon cards you're talking about, but this is just like bananas. Bananas. Like, what the fuck? Um, that's just crazy. That's just, I don't even know. Like, the fuck? I don't know what the point of this is, aside of to distract. Energy vampires? Is that what Paula Berlinski? Um, yeah, I don't know what the point of it is. Yeah, it is wild. It is wild. Oh, um, Winston's mom, since you know how to do this, can I try and make you a mod? Um, is that alright? I don't know if this is actually gonna work because I've never actually done this before. Um, but actually, let me go back to it. So bananas. So Winston's mom, is it okay for me to make you a mod so you can help me manage this? Or if anybody else wants to volunteer, I just know that this is something that Winston's mom has a lot of experience with, so I certainly don't want to put it on her if she doesn't want it. But I feel a little out of my depth and like overly distracted by having to deal with this. It would be incredibly useful. Okay, so I'm going to, maybe I just did this? I don't know. I think I maybe just, will you see if you have a wrench? I don't know if I did that right or not. Oh yeah. Thank you. You're a fucking hero, and I am very grateful. All right, sweet. Well, that was, you're able to wrench the pee person. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. That was interesting. But I think it was Jeremiah that had said something earlier about, or maybe somebody said something about if there's tarot in the title. And I don't know if that is true or not. Almost, and I've got like close to 300 videos because there was like 6 months where I was doing a short pretty much every single day, like a tarot short. And so I've got a lot of videos on my channel, and almost all of them are 100% thumbs ups. But every now and again, there's a few that are like 66 or 70 something percent. And like, I mean, maybe there's just a couple people that really don't like me for some reason, but I feel like for the most part, it's probably people that just have some sort of beef against either tarot or gay people, or people that appear to be visibly queer, which, I mean, I am, so, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, thank you for reminding me about that, Winston's mom, because I have definitely seen lots of other tarot readers. I mean, mostly ones that have like thousands of followers. But I think every single tarot person that I've ever followed that has over like 15 or 20,000 followers, I do end up seeing them make um, uh, I do end up seeing them make like a community post saying like, you know, just to let you know somebody is pretending to be me. So it seems as though, yeah, and go, yeah, exactly. Ask the commenters to go behind the scenes where they offer special services, which, I mean, maybe I should, well, I don't want to be proactively, like, dealing with that, but, I mean, yeah, if I start noticing people come up, then I will have to start making a point of mentioning that in my videos, that the only way, if anybody ever does want a reading for me, is in the description box below. I will never reach out to people, whatever. Yeah, that's, whew, shake off that energy. That made me all nervous. Special services. Yeah, I'm familiar with Minnow Pond. I like that person. I think they're interesting. When I pull the Strength Lust card, what does it mean to you? You know, I didn't really mess a whole lot with the Thoth Tarot the first time around. I've only kind of gotten into that the second time around, so I didn't kind of come to it as the idea of lust until relatively recently. Um, so I'd say overall, my take on the Strength card is probably a little more like traditional. But when it comes up, and of course, it's always colored by what cards it comes up with. But generally, thank you for your service, Winston's mom. I appreciate it. Um, but what it generally means to me is like the energy of it is that brute strength um, is oftentimes unnecessary and uncalled for, and that if you can approach a situation with a certain level of compassion, either for yourself or for the external, in a way that having that compassion and still managing the feats that needed to be managed with that compassion rather than with violence and with cruelty yields more beautiful results. I mean, a lot of times in the Rider Waite and in a variation of other artist renditions of tarot that I've seen, you often see like a lot of times it's a lion, um, or depending on the deck, it's usually a creature of great strength. Um, Coupled with a creature that is significantly less physical strength, and yet the weaker creature is uh, I guess I don't really want to use the word dominating because I think it's less about dominating, but it's like the weaker, softer creature somehow manages to still contend with the beast that is out of its league by coming with light rather than coming with pain. So I think, yeah, that one is persistent. Um, are they even saying anything interesting? I'm sorry, I tend to fucking look all over the place, so I was not actually paying attention to the chat. Oh my god. Um, yeah, they are persistent. I think it depends also on how one uses the tarot, because different readers do use it differently. And maybe this is just a reflection of where I am in life, although I think it's more of a reflection of who I am in life. But when I do readings, they tend to be mostly about the relationship that one has with the self and how that informs the way that one engages with the external. So, again, it's colored by the other cards that it shows up with. But say, for example, I had pulled the Eight of Pentacles and the Strength card. Then I probably would have read that as like, you're doing it, you're showing up, you're doing the work, have a little bit of permission for yourself, have compassion for yourself. You're doing a hard thing and you're still kind of colored by both who the reader is, how their readings tend to focus, and also what the other cards in the reading are. But generally, I think it speaks mostly to how there is strength and vulnerability. That's a lot more concise. I should have just said that. Strength and vulnerability. Um, I don't know, with the Chinese astrology tail race goes to the slough. Which animal got across the river in which order? Ooh, I'm not familiar with that one. Um, all I know about Chinese astrology is that I am a rabbit. I think a wooden rabbit, but I'm not sure what that means. Oh my god. Damn. Oh, you're fast. Winston, Mom, damn, you are fast. Oh, of course, there were so many things that, let's see, okay. I'm learning that my moon sign resonates more with me at this stage of life than my Gemini sun and its duality once did. Oh, interesting. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Um, In terms of illness, you get this card all the time. The strength card in terms of illness? Mm. In that case, I would probably, like, if I were doing a reading where somebody was specifically asking about an illness and the strength card came up, I would say that both of the protagonists that usually show up in the card, like I said, in the Rider-Waite, it's a human and a lion. I can't remember if it's, I think it's a woman. It is. But I would say in a reading specific to that, I would say both of those things are you. And that, again, coming to where you need to come to with a place of compassion for yourself and understanding for your own limitations and vulnerability with them is what's going to allow you to maintain the strength that you have, and also, even if it's not in terms of like physical robustness, it's still allowing you to stay in that place of strength. And that sometimes you just need to be with yourself. Sometimes you have to be. You got lupus last year? Oh, honey. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. I haven't been tested for it in a long time, but I have another autoimmune disorder, and they say that it's pretty uh, likely that if you have one autoimmune disorder, that over your life you will develop others. And at this point, I'm just kind of like waiting to see to see what the next shoe to drop is going to be. Yeah, that's a tough one. One of my mom's really good friends had lupus when I was a kid, and I mean that was 30 years ago, so things are pretty different. And you know, she managed okay. She did. To be honest, I don't know a whole lot about lupus, aside of the fact that it's an autoimmune. This is ridiculous and like needlessly superstitious, but once I kind of learned about autoimmune disorders and that lupus was kind of on the radar for my doctors for me, I like didn't look into it because I was afraid that somehow that would be calling it to me in a way, which is silly. But yeah, so I don't really know a whole lot about it. You've made huge strides since last year. Well, that's awesome. Congratulations. Gosh, and you're so young too. It's, yeah, yeah. I don't even know what the treatment is for that. But I'm glad to hear that you've made huge strides. That's. Did you do so? Okay. In any of these readings that you've done for yourself, okay. So you said I get this card all the time, which implies present tense. So I'm wondering. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like overall, maybe one of the reasons that card is showing up is to just remind yourself that you are strong and encourage yourself to be with you. To, like, encouraging yourself to stay with yourself and not get too far ahead of yourself with things. Jeremiah Fix says, I once had a dream and a table were different colors of notes and so many that they piled high like books, and I looked at them all and it occurred to me relatively social human life is like this. It matters now. It didn't matter and it won't matter, but it does matter now. Yeah. I think I think that's a really interesting thought. I do wonder though, if something matters now, it implies something was there before that informed the mattering, and that there's probably some essence after that remains. Because if it matters, I mean, even if it's not conscious, even if it's not overt, even if it's very subtle and etheric, I think if something matters now, it informs the future in some way. So even if it stops mattering in an over way, it still informs the future. That's really interesting. I love dreams like that. I don't often. I am. I have not yet gotten to the point where I like when I remember a dream that I'll jot it down really quick, and I am not very good at retaining that information for long. Um, all right, so here's what I'm gonna do, guys. One, I need a minute just to be off camera and just not talking, just to regather my energy. I'm going to take that minute to move my Wi-Fi, which if you aren't right here at the beginning, basically the reason why I have to do the like yard stuff in stages is because the Wi-Fi doesn't reach everywhere. So right now I have a super long cable and a super long extension cord, and my modem router thing is literally sitting right there. But in order to reach around the side, I need to scooch things back in. So I'm going to move you guys. Hopefully something fun or cute will come along and keep you entertained. I will be back in a minute after I rearrange some shit and maybe run to the bathroom. Okay, nearly there. So I was just thinking while I was moving things around, Kimi9, I want to thank you for sharing that information. I feel like, I mean, we've hung out in chat lots of times in the last while, and um, I imagine that was probably something that was felt pretty vulnerable to share, and I think that you're really brave and really awesome, and I'm really grateful for you to show up um, with that energy of vulnerability, because again, vulnerability is strength. So, get back. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Alright, so I did look at the chat when I brought my computer inside, and I see Flow State is streaming. I was at the stream the other day. I've been to his a couple of times before. I think the other day was the only time I ever chimed in, and even that was pretty minimal. Um, I kind of like the idea of doing a panel. I don't know. Oh, Christine, hello, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I kind of like the idea of doing a panel and like having a interesting thing or two to talk about. Although I don't know if you all would find interesting what I find interesting, um, but I do like the idea of doing that. I don't really love the like. I'm more of a fan of like conversation really than debate. And I think that's just because I do not like to be yelled at, and it seems as though a lot of times in debate feelings get very heated, and then that just stresses me out. The other night was really good. I really liked, I can't remember what his, Joe, I want to say Joe Cool, but is that right? Wasn't that a cigarette thing, Joe Cool? But yeah, I really liked Joe a lot. Joe Cook. Oh, okay. Again, I need new glasses, so even though it probably said Joe Cook on the screen, I literally saw. Oh, it is cool. Okay. All right. So, but yeah, I really like Joe. I think he was really interesting, and particularly, it was so interesting when they were talking about the CRT, the critical race theory. It was no worries. It was really interesting because when he asked what is critical race theory, the first thing that popped into my mind, well, it's not usually something that's taught in elementary school. One, like it's advanced studies, and then it was interesting because Flow State started talking about like what it does or what it could do, or and then Joe like totally like was like, well, but that's what it does. I asked you what it is, and I was like, oh, I like this guy. Like that was just, it was very astute. The way he asked the question, because I mean, I know that I'm sure I do this to other people, and I'm sure I've had this done to me, but where you ask a question and then you get a different answer, and I don't know, I thought that it was a really interesting conversation. So, all right, I'm gonna bring you guys around to the side. So again, I'm gonna take you off here. Hopefully this won't make a loud noise in anybody's ear as something unclips, or I break it because I can't fucking figure it out. There we go. All right, so, ooh, that's a terrible angle of myself. Also of my cigarette. Unplug. All right, so continuing around the corner. This, oh my God, I'll have to show you guys next spring, but this is a lilac. I have 3 lilacs in the yard, and they all bloom at different times, which is amazing. So, yeah, most people are being told this is taught as early as elementary school and makes white people feel bad about themselves as society. Yeah, I got some thoughts on that too. So, to interrupt myself, because I'm the only one talking, um, I think that the argument that it's going to make people feel bad about themselves is stupid. I think that because children are empathetic and sponges, in some of them, it probably will inspire some feelings of discomfort. How could my forebears do this? And I think, honestly, one of the best reasons to teach the actual truth of what has happened is for those uncomfortable feelings to come up so that they can be talked about. And so children can be taught some emotional intelligence about what to do with those uncomfortable feelings, and that those uncomfortable feelings about what somebody else in the past that isn't here anymore, that just looks like you in some way, how we don't need to transfer any guilt onto ourselves, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't take responsibility for things to be different in the future. And I think that CRT, even if it did in an age-appropriate way filter down to elementary school children, would be an excellent opportunity to teach some kids some emotional intelligence, because the goal is not to have children never feel uncomfortable and never question why they feel bad about something. Ooh, hummingbird. Where are you? Do you see that little hummingbird? Hi, cutie. Sorry, I don't have my shirts shaky as shit. But anyways, I think that it's just dumb for people to think that we want to only teach our children things that are going to always make them feel good. Twin flames is a concept that some people have used as a narrative to accomplish... Oh, crap. It disappeared too fast. How do I get that back? Live chat. to accomplish some end goal, there are people with personal agendas using objective context. Yeah, for sure. Twin flames. I'm not sure if I mean it in the same way that everybody else does, and it does seem as though that's one of those words, and there are many that people use in really drastically different ways. But by the way I define it, I think, yeah, exactly, Kami9. But I think Nairi was my twin flame. We didn't finish in this life, but oh, look at this, and there is still a single gladiola that has actual flowers on it. So maybe that's what that hummingbird was waiting for. Is that what you're waiting for, cutie? For me to move away? So yeah, we have some gladioluses here. Oh my goodness, and even the neighbor, that's like my neighbor's yard, but look at that, we still have a rose going too, and freaking September. Twin flames all over. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure how everybody means it. But okay, so this area is the original garden that I started with. I didn't do anything in the back for a number of years, but this kind of started as my herb garden. So we have, these are echinacea. This is valerian. This is a Mr. Man. This is calendula. These are arnica, which are dried up because they're in early in the year. This big wallowy fella is a marshmallow. And then we have some regular mint, some more strawberries because they show up everywhere. Another bergamot back there that looks like it needs to be watered. I don't know why you're so sad, baby. More mint. So we have both mint here and catnip mint, which is different than catnip. Although some people say they are the same. I have one of each in my yard, and they are indeed quite different. Yes, so much medicine, Kami9. I do also have a few places, a couple of them that are on the irrigation system where there's always water, because I have, in addition to the squirrels and the cats, there are also possums and raccoons that come into the yard. And also, again, one of the things that I like to do is just to put, you know, a little container with some sedums and some fun, interesting rocks or things in it. That you might not even notice that stuff's there. You know, here's another one that I made that had some neat things. I put this cute little cat thing in there. There's some really old metal snippers, some fun little pieces of lava glass. There's some sage in there as well. And we've got some blueberries, those bushy things in the corner right in front of my Batman mask. Strawberries everywhere, and like I was actually out looking earlier, and I think there's a strawberry I'm gonna have to pick. I got some Rudbeckia going here, otherwise known as Black-Eyed Susans. Some more borage, I think, and gladioluses. I think this autumn, it is a very eclectic garden. I'm pretty eclectic in general, I think. My design. I mean, and none of this was designed. This just all evolved. I didn't have a fucking plan. Like there was, a lot of this was grass. There were raspberries there was grass here. I've pulled out a lot and done a lot. This is all chamomile, which is something else I have growing quite a lot of around the yard. And again, of course, a ton of daylilies that are pretty much done. Some more bergamot. Look at this though. Look at that berry. It's like fucking perfect. I'm gonna eat you right now. It has been a really good year for strawberries. I can't believe I'm still eating them. Oh, my chives, why are you so dry looking, buddy? Did your irrigation thing fall out? Oh, it's still there. Okay. But yeah, so chives. Yum. And some more chamomile back here. Some more calendula, some more strawberries. I have here some sunflowers. Oh, wait, what? Cancel what? Yes, thank you, strawberry plant, indeed. That was a sacrifice I very much did enjoy. So I planted a bunch of sunflowers. And it's amazing how many of them, little fucking squirrels, like I love them, but they're so annoying, that like, they like chewed off the heads before they ever had a chance. So I have all of these sunflowers with no heads. But yeah, and this is a daylily. So like I have a shit ton of different ones that come in different colors. And they really do, the blossoms last for a day. So this one actually is from yesterday. So they don't really last very long. And some of them smell, some of them don't. This one actually really does smell lovely. And all of these on them that you'll see, these are all seed pods. And it's kind of fun because like if you want to, and I've done it before, I didn't this year at all, but you can pollinate them yourselves, which is just kind of fun for hybridizing and just making different neat things. But all of these ones, and there's so many, there's one there, two more there, one there, one there. I've seen them kind of all over the yard, and those are all just thanks to the bees. So I've been harvesting those seeds as I've been coming across them, and yeah, we'll plant them. So this is what originally was the herb garden. So we've got some rosemary, and we've got some thyme, and we've got some chives, and we've got some garlic chives, and some chocolate mint, and of course, more strawberries, and chamomile. Oh, and another strawberry. Holy smoke. You see that guy over there, that little red one on the ground? I think I might eat you too. Oh no, you look a little bug bitten. I'm probably not gonna eat you. I'll leave you for the creatures. But, oh, but there's another one right there. How are you looking? Ooh, you look pretty good. I forgot to show you my baby strawberries in the back. These are all the everbearing ones, but some of the ones that I germinated from seed earlier this year are all still alive, amazingly. And I wanted to show you guys this too, because I just think this is cool. So this is a mammoth sunflower. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Dang. But just look at that. Look at that pattern. Like it's just fractal. It's really neat. This isn't a very good example because it's been pretty eaten up by the squirrels. But it's a really, really cool pattern. Yeah, it is huge. Yeah, it's like probably, I have some, I've only think I put up only one short so far, but I have a few other shorts of squirrels eating it, and sadly all the seeds are gone now, so the only entertainment only lasted a few days, but it was pretty awesome. Like I saw a scrub jay come and get some seeds from under it, kind of perched on one of the big leaves, and then just kind of sort of got its head under there and picked out a seed. But like Squirrely was like literally hanging from it upside down, and it was pretty great. So yeah, and then I have, of course, a shit ton more pansies. I don't even know. I think this must have come from last year, and I'm pretty sure it's a pumpkin. This whole thing, I don't know. I did put a pumpkin out here last year and then just let the squirrels have it, so I'm guessing it was a seed from that. So yeah, I don't really need anything from it. I don't really want to grow pumpkins, but yeah, so this is the sort of front garden on this side. I do like to sit out in this spot. It's real pretty because this is west, so there's some really nice what are those called, sunsets that happen on occasion. And of course my lavenders, and then more lavenders, more daylilies, and then these guys over here. So we've got some tomatoes, another little pumpkin plant, some marigolds, whew, more yarrow, more borage, more zinnia, more rudbeckia. There's, yeah, more sedums. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. But yeah, I think I'm gonna sit my ass down now, actually. Right over here. And god damn, that's a good strawberry. I could have timed that better. Yeah, okay, so about the mirror soul, thank you. Thank you so much, Winston's mom. An apology sometime, because I'm going to at some point slip and use your first name. It's not intentional. So, I hope that isn't offensive. Oh no, I really wish I could send you one. I'm super impressed with the strawberries this year. They were really great. And it's amazing that there have been enough where I've gotten to eat a bunch of them, because I feel like in prior years, it's mostly been, I find half-eaten strawberries or not quite ripe half-eaten strawberries on the ground that just makes me sad. Oops, damn it. It's so hard to do this. I love that. Yeah, I'm with the whole twin flame thing. I don't think of it as a singular soul that's split. I mean, at this point, maybe like whatever. Maybe I'll change my mind on that at some point. It seems to me. Sorry, I need to light my cigarette. I'm going to give you a view of the sky. Actually, I'm going to walk back and get my tripod thing so I don't have to keep holding this. But so it seems to me that they are two souls, two whole and complete souls that have met before and have some sort of project, I guess we could say, that they are working on together. And maybe it has to. Oh no, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I don't really have any answers. Making it up just as much as the next person. But it does seem that there's a reason. Like, like I said, Nairi was a shamanic practitioner, and they didn't like using the word shaman because they were not indigenous American. They were Armenian, and I can't remember what the Armenian word for it is, but it's, every culture has something akin to a shamanic practitioner if you go back far enough. And when they were still alive, we did do some readings together and some journeys together. And one thing, oh, kitty, oh my goodness, sorry, the kitten is kittening. One of the things that seems pretty consistent with people and sort of twin flame relationships is that one of the reasons why things seem to exist through a variety of different lifetimes, and I don't think that they're always necessarily romantic either. I think that in this life, in this time, when people recognize it as that, oftentimes it does seem as though it's the case that it's usually a romantic or a sexual connection of some sort, or involves a romantic or sexual or love connection of some sort. But I don't know that all of the lives lived display that same relationship. I think it probably changes. But there's like some project that that twin flames are working on together. But the thing that's interesting about them is that there's so much core wounding that comes into play in those kind of relationships. I mean, that's kind of what they're notorious for. Like, I don't know anybody who's ever even, and I'm sure these people are out there and I just haven't come across them, but like most of the people that I've come across who talk about this sort of thing, like, they are not in happy coexisting, like, ongoing relationships with their twin flame. And the reason why is because it's a lot of work. Oh shit. Whoa. Huh. Okay, Christine, we need to connect. I was wondering what the heavy stuff you said you were going through was, and interesting. Oh, I want to hear more about that, but I'd rather like hear you talk the words to me. So if you've got time, sometime in the next few weeks, let me know your availability. I'd love to connect and have like a video chat or something, and get the story and just check in and see how that massive change in your life is overall kind of landing. But yeah, there does seem to be a thing with twin flames where they really fucking trigger the fuck out of each other. Okay, great, awesome. Yeah, and there's no doubt in my mind that Nairi and I did that, and like it's as I've been kind of re-dipping into the attachment theory stuff of late, and I'm kind of torn whether I'm fearful avoidant or just avoidant, with some anxious thrown in for good measure, because each major relationship that I've had seems to have some significant differences, but there's definitely avoidance there. I don't know if that's my main MO or if that's just the one that I lean on, and they say that people who are even people who are anxious avoidant or fearful avoidant or disorganized, it's all the same thing, tend to use both of those strategies, but maybe lean on one a little bit more. And so I definitely lean on the avoidant a bit more. Although I have also can look back at different times in my life, especially in my youth, and especially more with like friend groups actually, where I see the anxious part come up a little bit. And Nairi was pretty classically like anxious, just or fearful. No, anxious attachment, and so anxious and avoidant. When you put them together, it's really tough. And you know, when we broke up, you know, I think like we broke up with the intention of getting back together, like recognizing that like, okay, so there's obviously so much there, but we're also obviously like so unintentionally hurting each other just by existing. And that's just kind of showing that we each have a little bit more work to do in our own realm and getting right with ourselves before we can really effectively connect with each other. And then we didn't get the chance to do that. So that was actually one of the big motivating factors as to why I decided to go into the clairvoyant training, is because I was pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure I was right, that it would give me a little bit more idea of what's mine and what's not mine. Because I think, like, if somebody says to me, not that Nairi ever said this specifically, but just in general, I'd say, maybe not now, but for most of my life, if somebody said to me, this relationship isn't going well because you're doing this and this and this, there was no part of me that really would have externally showed up and said, like, offered any pushback on that. I think it would have just, I would have been much more likely to just be like, okay, tell me the ways in which I'm wrong and I'll try and fix it, without ever even questioning whether that person was not dealing with some of their own stuff and was trying to give me some of their stuff. You know, and like, I remember when Nairi and I were first getting together, I hope you're finding what I'm saying interesting. I haven't been actually watching the chat. I should go grab my computer so that I can see it better. But when we were first together, and just really getting to know one another, yes, I will get back to that more because I probably have more to say about that. But I remember having this conversation with them where they were saying basically, like, you know, sort of saying like, what are your expectations out of a relationship? You know, because when we got together, it was on Tinder. Like, we met on Tinder, and I think they're the only person. No, I've only met a couple people on Tinder, but they're the only one I ever saw more than once. But and I think they. No, there was also OkCupid. That was years ago, though. But anyways, we were just sort of like talking about, you know, like, what would your ideal partner look like? And not like look like, but like, what would that person show up like? Oh, I've got all this beautiful garden around me and I'm giving you guys the fucking hose. Sorry about that. And they said, they were talking about needs and how a partner should always try to meet the needs of their partner. And on the one hand, that sounds reasonable enough. Except what those needs are. Like, I don't think that's one of those things where you can just say, yes, I will always try and meet your needs. And I think the way I couch it is, I mean, one can always try and meet the needs of their partner, but I don't think it's realistic to expect that that's even remotely possible in the real world. And I think that was kind of one of the things, is like I think they were still in a place where they were really needing to ground themselves through somebody. And if I'm going to be in a relationship, I want to ground myself with somebody. Um, and, you know, like, stronger together, but still independently whole. And I felt like they almost kind of, like, they wanted to move into a place that felt very codependent to me, but they kept calling it interdependence. And then that made me realize that I didn't know where my own discernment was, um, for myself, because it's hard to say. Like, you know, I think I do generally tend to cede authority to people who are oozing confidence in what they're saying, which is a problem. Um, and yeah, so I don't know. I got a little muddled there at the end. Sorry, I kind of lost the thread a little bit. I'm going to go grab my laptop so that I can look back and see what the comments are. Be right back. Um, yeah, no, and they didn't, not like as a helpmate. I mean, I'm not really providing enough context there. So, Nairi had been a teacher for a long time and very skilled and very well loved. I mean, one of their digital funerals that I went to had like 400 people in it. Like, they were a force. And they, right around the time that their, like, I guess, shamanic self started to make its presence known and trying to realign Nairi into this new life. Nairi went on a journey and had this realization that they were trans, and that kind of blew up their whole world because they weren't really expecting that, but once that knowledge came to them, they knew it to be true. And this kind of coincided with a lot of like chronic fatigue and like really, really high sensitivity to like OCD type stuff that was really, really intense, and would have made living with them really challenging for somebody who's not like totally on their shit. So they ended up having to give up their career. There was, I think, also something that happened with like they got really bullied um, by, I think it was the administration, or maybe it was, I can't remember the exact story, but when they first came out as trans, they were trans non-binary. There was a lot of pushback on that, and they were pretty traumatized by that. So when they met me, they were in this period of their life where things were kind of just all falling apart, and I was kind of also in this time of my life when things were kind of all falling apart. And so when they were saying meeting needs, they didn't necessarily mean physical needs. I think they meant like almost mostly in terms of like support. And another sort of conflict that came up between the two of us pretty often was essentially space and time, where my needs were like negative in a way. Like my needs were, I just, I wasn't looking for a partner. I wasn't really looking to fall in love at all. I thought that was going to be me trying to be a little, what's that called? Casual with relationships for a little while, or at least try to be. And so yeah, like it was just we were just at really different places, and both in a time of a lot of change. Both of us really having some like gender presentation stuff kind of come up sort of late in life for the first time, and yeah, it just all converged at a bad time. And what I didn't know is that in the time that we were apart, in the like 6 or 7 months that we didn't talk, while I was busy dealing with COVID, which just happened, had just happened, and taking these classes, working more than full time, going to the psychic school. It was like 6 hours of class a week, plus 4 hours of basically labs doing readings for people, um, and then there was also just like a daily, having to meditate and journal. So it was like a daily thing. It was a big time commitment, on top of like my regular work, and just trying to not lose my shit with the whole COVID thing, and all of the strangeness and questioning about things that brought about. So what I didn't know is that at some point they were doing a healing, like they were performing a healing, and when they left, they felt like something had gone wrong. And I've only got this third hand after the fact, but they felt like something had gone wrong, and that some other energy, malevolent energy, had basically gotten into them. Not like in a possession kind of way, but kind of in a possession kind of way, but not at all in that way. But like, it was just something that they felt like they couldn't shake. And they were also medically resistant, and so they couldn't take any um, antidepressants or anything like that. Just didn't work with their body. So, because I am generally checked out of like social media and had no idea what was going on in their life, I didn't know that there was this just like, several months long, like circling the drain. Um, so, I was going about my life trying to manage things, thinking that I was doing all of this work that was going to put me in a place where I would be more ready to handle the significant challenges that relationship were going to bring. And yeah, and they died about a month and a half before I finished that course. Um, oh my goodness, there's so much here. I just keep talking. Oh yeah, that was it. Do you ever feel angry with Nairi for leaving you before you had full closure? I thought I met with Taylor and I was relieved to find, I guess I had no anger towards her for leaving us. Oh, sorry, that's a motorcycle? Nope, just a loud car. That I'm really grateful for you that you don't have any of those angry feelings towards Taylor. Um, I think, I mean, anger, there's a fucking hodgepodge of emotions about all of it. Anger is definitely one of them. Um, I'm not angry at them. Like, do you ever have, like, uh, no, maybe I'm just not ready for it. I'll share that with you guys at some point, but not tonight. Um, but yeah, anyways, so how I found out about Nairi. Okay, wait a minute, I'm interrupting my own thoughts here. I'm not angry at them per se. Like, mostly what I feel about them is, well, sadness, obviously. In some way, and this is a strange thing to say that lots of people will probably have judgment for, but in some way, I almost feel like them taking their own life. Oh shit, sorry, trigger warning, suicide. Um, I almost feel like them taking their own life was, in some ways, an act of empowerment for them. And I wouldn't say that if we hadn't had, like, we specifically had conversations about the notion of suicide. Um, their father had committed suicide. So, like, there was we'd had conversations about that topic. We'd both been touched by it, independent of one another, and not like in a trauma bonding sort of way, but in sort of like this is how my life has unfolded and these things that have impacted me. That had kind of come up for both of us. So in some ways, for this life, I I think that's what they set out to do. I think they set out to make their own choices in a way that nobody would approve of and that nobody would want, and that they did it anyways because that was what they had to do. So I'm angry at the circumstances that made them feel like that was the only choice they had. And there is this one thing that they did, which it's not anger, but it definitely makes me feel a certain way. And I'm not sure if I'll ever know what to make of it. But so I was notified a few days after they died by a friend of theirs that I had met a couple of times. Oh, Kami, why'd you retract messages? Is everything okay? Did I miss you? Oh. I know that I'm not ultimately to blame for Nairi. There is a part of me, and it's probably the very most codependent part, that is very, very young, and informed by a couple of other experiences that seem to have quite significant ties to this arc in some ways. But I think that I don't blame myself for it, but there is definitely a part of me that believes that I could have kept it from happening. And I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. I don't know what the cost of that would have been for either one of us. But yeah, so anyways, the thing is that I was notified by their friend Leah, I don't even know when, a couple of days later, I guess it was. And the reason why Leah notified me is because Nairi had left me a message and had made Leah promise that if Nairi, because they'd been on suicide watch for a little while when it happened, so there had been discussion of like, well, if I ever do it, make sure you tell Lou. If I ever do it, make sure you tell Lou. And basically made Leah promise to pass along this message. And the message is very, very simple. Lou needs to know that they were the love of my life. And that's a pretty devastating message to get. So that's not anger, but it's definitely confusion and all of it. Ooh, and Rachel Strauss is back. I would love to hear about your dream that you had the other day. I've often felt like I'm one of those people who wasn't made for this world. Like, I'm strong, obviously. I mean, I'm here. I mean, just statistically alone with my ACEs score, the fact that I have literally survived to almost 50 means that I've already beat the odds. I mean, despite having an addiction to cigarettes and other maladaptive behaviors that probably don't help me very much, that's just indicative of my strength. And yet, despite that, I do sometimes feel like I'm not quite made for this world, or that I'm better for other people than I am for myself, that I'm better at a distance. Like, I have a lot of narratives around that. Yeah, sorry for the Whopper. It is a Whopper, and I obviously don't know where to even come back from after that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It really is. Like, I don't know. Okay, so I've got a question for you all here. Yeah, we write for ourselves, but we can't write for others. Yeah, and like, see, despite knowing that, or feeling that there is a part of me that, had I been more present or around, that Nairi would still be here. There are other parts of me that, like, Winston's mom said, that I know certainly aren't to blame, aren't responsible, and there is a very big part of me that very firmly believes that we cannot save anybody else. Uh, like, even if you have a person who is drowning and you get them out of the water and you breathe life into them, it's still got to be their lungs. Like, you can set the stage for somebody to heal themselves. You can provide all of the tools, the environment, whatever. But at the end of the day, it has to be the person acting on their own behalf, consciously or unconsciously. Mm. Yeah, the pastor knows. What a great way of putting it. Yeah, I think that, Rachel, that comment about Mr. Strauss, I think that people in the immediate environment, after somebody takes their own life, I think that that is a very common way to feel, that, like, if only I'd done more, or if only I'd, and, like, I mean, the long and short of it is that there's literally no way of knowing. Um, and there being no way of knowing, and also knowing that we are always doing our best, even if our best falls short. I do believe that we are always doing the best that we can in the moment. Even when it's shit. When I speak for myself, there, not anybody else. But, like, knowing that we're always doing the best that we can, and not knowing what could have been had situations been different, I think that it's best to give ourselves the grace of not going too far down that road. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, Rubenar. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, so this is the thing that I said I wasn't going to share, but I guess I'm going to share it. I'm going to try and do it. So, there was this one time I had this conversation with Nairi, and they asked me something like, if I died, would you forget me? Or if we break, something about will you remember me? Essentially, like, regardless of what happens outside of this moment, do you think you'll remember me? And I wish I'd told a different story. Not that it would have mattered, but just, I guess, for my own peace of mind, I wish I'd told a different story. But I told a story about a boy named Stash. And boy named Stash was a boy that I dated in high school for a little while, and he was so gay. I mean, so was I, but neither one of us knew. Oh, Show Media, hello. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. But so we didn't date for very long, and a couple of years later, but one thing that did happen during that time is, I mean, he and I definitely trauma bonded. His dad died when he was like 8 or 9. My dad died when I was 9. And, his mom drank a lot, my mom drank a lot. So, like, there was some trauma bonding there for sure. And it wasn't like, I mean, I was only like 15 or 16. I think he was like a year younger than me. So, I think that was the only time I've ever dated somebody younger than me that was a male. Um, but so we didn't date for very long, but one thing that I always remembered is that there's, the constellation of Orion. I remember this one time we were out looking at the stars, and it must have been winter because that's when Orion is visible. And there's 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 the belt, and then there's the four, and the if you're looking at the sky, the top left corner, there's a star, like, that way. That's always there, and I don't actually know if it's part of the constellation or not, but you can always see it. So I remember, in the romantic, silly way that children are, because we were definitely children. He was like, "That's your star. I'm giving that star to you. That one's always going to be the one that ties us together." And it was sweet, and like I said, then we broke up, and I don't really remember a whole lot about that. But a couple years later, he came out, and his mom shunned him, and so he killed himself. And so like that stupid saying that people say about would you rather have a dead child or a gay child, like observably true in my own experience that does happen, and I'm certainly not the only one. And so when Nairi asked me that question about remembering them, I was like, let me tell you about Stash. I mean, he and I only dated for a few months, but he gave me a star, and like years later, we hadn't even spoke. Like, I just told the story like kind of off the cuff, because I'll always remember him. I don't know that I have it anymore, because occasionally when I've moved, I've just lost random shit because I'm bad at keeping track. But uh, but I still have I had a like poetry book that he gave me that was scented like roses. And then he wrote a little inscription in. So like, yeah, there's a part of me that wonders like, what if I hadn't shared that story with Nairi? What if I hadn't been just one more person to, give them something of meaning that pointed down a path? Um, yeah, so, and I feel the same way with my sister, like, like, in some really big ways, the story of my sister is actually the biggest tragedy that I'm personally involved in any way, even tangentially. Um, but actually, I'm not ready to talk about that because I mean, she is a person, she is alive, and has rights to privacy. And I don't know how to tell any of that story without stepping on any of her rights or putting something out there that I might not want her to see. So I think maybe I'll just actually hold that one for later. But suffice to say, yeah, Ruben, I feel you. I feel you. Kami9, do I still feel them around me? Yes. And sometimes they pop in. Uh, it's almost never directly, and I think that's probably mostly me like energetically cock blocking myself in some way. um, but like the connection we had, oh my god, it was unlike anything else I ever experienced. Like I could literally feel them like 30 feet away without knowing they were even coming, like, and not like just like this energy like just knocking, like I don't know, it was like I could just like this energy in my heart space just got fucking huge. And like I said, I didn't even have to see them. Like I remember the first time that it happened, that I knew that they were going to be coming over, and so I was just taking a little bit of a nap. They were coming from someplace else, so their arrival time wasn't particularly defined, and so I was just kind of like laying on the couch in the living room, and all of a sudden I got this really weird feeling in my body, like just my whole body felt like, I don't even know, it wasn't a sensation, like it wasn't hot or cold or pain. I don't even know what it was or how to describe it. um, and I was like, whew, and I like sat up really quick, and out of the corner of my eye saw them walking like 30 feet like down the sidewalk to the house. And like it was like I could just feel their energy, like it was really palpable in a way that I've never experienced. And like, with both Andrew and Terrell, like I was definitely in love. I mean, I might not have been as authentically aware of myself as I am now, but for who I was at the time, I was most assuredly in love with both of those two people. And it was nothing like Nairi. Like we used to do this thing where we would just get really close to our face and like face to face, but like it wasn't kissing, but it was like we would both just breathe kind of at the same time and share energy in this way. I don't know. It was unbelievable. But yeah, so I do still feel them, and it's really funny because like the other day, I can't remember. I can't remember why. There was there was something that I was going to do, and I was changing and getting ready and just getting out of the shower, and like I pretty much, there's two rocks that I almost always have in my pocket, especially if I leave the house or if I'm doing something. And this is one of them. It's labradite. It's a heart, and it was my aunt's. I actually gifted it to her, and when I went to her house after she died, she kind of had it in a little altar space on her uh, bedroom nightstand, and so I took it back and carry it with me. And then the other thing, oops, that I always carry with me is this evil eye that Nairi gave me. And the other day I was getting ready for something, and I can't remember, my thoughts were spinning about something in particular. I can't remember what. And I had sat down on my bed, and I didn't have pants on yet. I think I was maybe putting lotion on or something after the shower. And when I stood up, that little charm was like stuck to the back of my thigh. And so when I stood up, it, fell off and kind of like rolled across the ground. And I can't, like I said, I can't remember exactly what I was thinking or what was actually happening at the moment, but um, I definitely got a good laugh out of it, and I got this very distinct feeling that Nairi also got a big laugh out of that, like that was somehow on purpose, and they were happy that they almost get to grab my ass in some way, like, I don't know. So yeah, and they speak to me in music a lot. I don't know if I'll ever get around to doing it, but there is this one song that I think about making a video about this one song, um, because its just impact on me has just been really interesting, and I think it was probably the first message I got from Nairi after they died. Okay, sorry, I need to scroll back. I'm missing so much. Um, wait, go back more. Older males. Wait, what does FTW mean? Feel that way? Is that what I mean? I don't know. I'm not so good with those. For a super long time, I thought LOL was lots of love. Um, yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome, Raven. Thank you all for being here and listening, honestly. Oh, also, I'm wondering how much my phone... All right. One, it's getting dark. We're going to relocate ourselves again, guys. Because I want to make sure I got to get my phone plugged back in so that I don't lose power. It's getting dark out here, so let's relocate. You know what's so funny? Is I literally just almost said to you guys, like, if I'm keeping you all, you can go. Like, obviously, you can go the fuck whenever you want. Okay. I need to collect a couple more things outside, including my power thing, so I'll give you this pretty light. Yeah. Sorry, there's no more squirrels. They're all dead. Okay. Where do I want to set myself up? Where'd my cords go? Ooh. Okay, most important part, juice the phone. Juice the phone. That's not the right side. Alright, 30 feet of cord. That should be enough. And smoke a joint. How's that? How's that? I also am not. I'm not super huge into public displays of affection. I'm not super against them, but I will say that's the only time I've ever been called, like the F word. And by F word I mean faggot. The only time I've ever been called that word, like with anger and like I was a little afraid someone was going to come at us, was when Nairi and I shared a pretty chaste kiss one time when we were walking together in a park. And I, of course, got immediately like scared and nervous, and they got immediately fierce and dressed that person down, and they immediately backed off and actually apologized, which was interesting. Oh, flow state. I forgot. Am I keeping y'all from going over there? I'm sorry. Yeah, I've been meaning to catch up with Gen Zen about that Starfield. It's so funny because I saw like, I don't know, it seemed as though people were really freaking out about like gender options being a thing, but like, I'm pretty sure I've played games like plenty of times before where you could pick everything about your character, and I'm not even a gamer, so I thought that was a weird thing to freak out about because it seems like it's pretty, yeah. Oh my god, show media, that's awesome. If Winston's mom streams for 6 hours, I'll do a live typing session. I love you guys. I'm so grateful that you all are here. Like, I really, thank you. Like, I don't know how to say it more properly, and I'm sorry it's so red. I don't know why. I mean, obviously the Christmas lights, but it doesn't look that red in here. I'm not sure what's happening, but yeah, you guys, I'm just really grateful that you're here. Get burst from you guys are great. Oh, thank you so much, Rachel Strauss. I appreciate that. I think that, yeah, like, you know, I don't think you were here for this conversation, but earlier we were talking a little bit about the strength card. And I think that there is something about the tie between vulnerability and strength that is spoken to in that card. Yeah, I gotta say my butt is definitely a little bit more comfortable. Also, I can take the peanut pouch off. This is one of the things that I make. It's a little pouch that fits on a belt, or I usually just put it on a loop of either my pants or, you know, whatever. And I do usually use it occasionally for other stuff, but like 99% of the time, it's just so I can have my pouch full of peanuts for when I'm doing yard work. Yeah. Southern butt comfort. Ooh, SoCo. It's not one I could ever really get my mind or get my head around. I don't know. Although now, I mean, I feel like the only time I ever tried it was probably before I was 21. And yeah, I probably haven't tried it since then. Is it a whiskey? Is it like a flavored whiskey? What the fuck is Southern Comfort? I'm not even sure. Like, I don't even know what the like base of that alcohol is. But if it is whiskey, chances are pretty, at least fair to middling, that I probably would like it, because somehow that is weirdly a drink that I have an appreciation for. Yes, I did. Well, It is one of my leather creations. This was actually the, oh, I didn't even open my seltzer. This is actually the prototype. I've made a pile more since then. Some of them I've carved on the leather, a lot of them I've dyed in different ways. So like I've got a red one, a black one that's partially black and partially blue. I think I did a red and black one. I don't know, I did a whole bunch of different ones. But this was the original one that I made. And a lot of times, if I'm making a prototype, it will, like I won't dye it or anything like that because it's more just like testing it out to sort of make sure that it works. Try having 7th slot SI. Yeah. It is a whiskey? Weird. Why do I remember having... It is a flavored whiskey, though. Okay, alright. Oh, good night, Jeremiah Fix. Thank you again so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm, like, so close to almost out of weed. Like, I think this is my last pre-roll, although it is a pretty big one. So I feel like Friday is almost always the day that I end up going to the dispensary. I don't know why. But yeah, this one I think it was called like Rainbow Banana or something like that. And yeah, I got a whole pack of them that had 2 different kinds. There was a sativa dominant and an indica dominant. And yeah, really, really good strains. Yeah, the weed around here is terrific. But yeah, anyways, I will tell you that, like, it is, like, existing in this space of streaming is really different than any other way I've ever engaged with anything. Like, I've definitely said more words in the last however fucking long this has been than in the last, like, I don't know, days, like, all put together. But, even when I'm conversing with people, like, there will be times when I will, you know, get a little chatty, especially if I've been smoking weed and we're talking about something that's of interest to me. I might get a little bit chatty. Or if, like, FE-wise, the other person just isn't holding up their end of the conversation, I'm pretty good at, like, prompting and, like, re-engaging. But, like, this is just, like, basically, like, having a conversation where you're the only one talking. It's a different expulsion of energy that is, I guess, really different from any way I've ever existed before. Southern Comfort and Lime. Oh, thank you. I'm almost done with, so I've got a whole bunch of different things that I've made, and, like, I made a few months ago. I made, this one, which is great, and, you know, pretty simple. I think it's like 8x8. It was actually based, I modeled it off the bib of my favorite overalls. And I can wear it either crosswise, or I made the strap adjustable so that I can also sort of strap it around my waist. And I really like that one a lot. It's great. I pretty much use it all the time, like when I go out, like, dancing or socialing, and that's why I made it to go around my waist too, so that it can be more like a hip pack. But it isn't very big. It's only like 8 inches, and it's only like 3/4 of an inch deep. So I made one that was slightly bigger on all the dimensions, so a little bit bigger this way, and also this way and this way. And I'm almost done with it. All I have to do is cut the flap. And this one also is going to be adjustable, but I'm not going to make it so that it goes around the waist because it's just too big and would be too bulky for that. So this is more of just like a crossbody bag. And you can't tell because it's shitty lighting, but I used blue thread with the black leather, and it does look pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with it. So yeah, so these are also prototypes. This is the only one I've made of this one. I think I'm gonna change some of it before I start making other ones. There's a couple of things, like this one has a zippered pouch on the back, which is really cool and helpful, but adds a huge amount of time because I don't have a leather sewing machine, so all of the stitching is done by hand. And it's, yeah, it's just very labor intensive. So, you know, if I'm going to try and sell something and make it even remotely profitable, or at least, you know, worthwhile in terms of labor, um, I have to try and like make the process a little bit more efficient. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Um, oh, whiskey and Guinness. Oh wow, that's so funny. I didn't drink whiskey at the time, but I did used to. Guinness was probably the first alcoholic beverage that I ever tried and didn't immediately hate, because for up until pretty much my late 30s, early 40s, I was more of a teetotaler than not. But uh, but I did used to, back in the day, enjoy a Guinness, and there was this one little local Irish bar at the beach near where I used to live, where a couple of my friends worked, and they would know that I couldn't handle a pint. That was just way too much. I mean, when I was drinking so infrequently that any alcohol at all would basically make me tipsy almost immediately. And it was really cute because they used to just basically give me like a quarter pint versus worth of Guinness. Basically, they gave it to me in fucking like a juice glass. It was really sweet. Um, what's my favorite tea? I'd say probably chamomile mint. Um, is probably, well, that's the one that I drink the most for sure. I kind of, I mean, I like black tea, I like white teas. Um, I like all of them more or less. I don't actually drink it very much. I really like coffee, and like coffee is my getting going. Dude, what are you doing, Mr. Man? Get off the yarrow. You're just, oh, such a pain in the butt. What a weird place to sit, man. Why? Weirdo. Anyways, um, but yeah, yeah, yeah. And wait, sorry, I'm interrupting myself because I can't keep a coherent thought going. Apparently, I was talking about tea. I like all the teas. Oh, I drink, like, coffee is my getting going in the morning drink, and I usually have like two of those pretty quick, and then I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I should probably drink some water. So I force myself to drink a thing of some water before I let myself have a third coffee. And then I'm usually just trying to keep up on, or trying to drink water, or sometimes like a seltzer or a CBD drink or something like that. So I feel like most of the time, even though I do like black tea, I tend to drink tea more often at night than during the day. Like, unless it's like just like a regular like iced tea. Um, but and because of that, it does tend to be mostly the herbals, and yeah, chamomile and mint is just really, really nice. Like chamomile on its own, I really like the smell of it more than the flavor of it on its own, but you mix it with mint and they just complement each other really nicely. It's like, it's not overwhelming. Um, oh, thank you so much, Rachel Strauss. I just noticed that compliment about the about saying my bag is nice. Yeah, I'll post more pictures of it, or show you guys on video when it's like daylight and there's better light, because I don't really like turning on the overlids if I can avoid it. But no, I mean, so Winston's mom, with leather sewing machines, it's all about the strength of the motor, because leather comes in different gauges and different thicknesses, and like, this is really thin leather. The only reason why I made a bag out of this leather at all is because it was the only leather I had at the time, and leather's kind of expensive, and a lot of times you can't really just buy like a small chunk of it. Um, or you can't buy enough of it for inexpensively as small chunks and like scrap where you can like put them together. So so something like this, I have one sewing machine that's like a 1950s, I think, Singer, that was like the last year of the solid state. So like when you open it up, thing weighs like fucking 40 pounds. It's actually all metal pieces inside rather than plastic. But like my newer sewing machines, like the motor just doesn't have the actual torque. I don't know. Yeah, green tea, of course. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Um, yep, exactly. Ooh, ginger lemon tea sounds lovely. Um, I've had ginger ones before, and I think maybe one. I don't know, is that a tea? I feel like maybe a ginger turmeric. No, is turmeric in tea? I might be making that up. But I've definitely had one that was ginger before, and it was pretty good. But I think the lemon would have made a huge difference. Um, mm-hmm. So that is so interesting, Boba. So that your message there about honey for sweetener, I like a ginger lemon when it's cold. First of all, that sounds delicious, and second of all, that just brought back a memory that I haven't thought of in a super long time. Um, but I remember this one time, and I couldn't have been older than 9 because that's how old I was when he died. But there was this one time I was at a restaurant with my dad, and for some reason it was just me and him, which was pretty rare. Um, and I got a tea, and they used to bring at this place, anyways. They brought both half and half and lemon, and I was a kid and stupid and didn't understand, and so I put both of them in, which of course the lemon just made the half and half like immediately curdle, and it was totally disgusting. Yeah. Oh, your mom has one of those? Yeah, I got it a couple of years ago specifically for working on like thicker materials. I think at the time I was making, like I was using fabric, not leather, but I was working with like duck and canvas and making like, like grocery bags, basically, grocery shopping bags. And I made like 30 of them and gave them away to like all of my friends and family for Christmas one year. And I got it on what's that called? Like Craigslist, from someone who used it to make sales. So it's a pretty burly machine, but it couldn't handle, like, it's definitely not made for leather. And it would probably only be able to handle the thinnest of leather and maybe 2 layers. I don't even think it could make it through 3, from what I recall. Like, even with the canvas, um, like a cattle stamper thing. I don't know what that means. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait. Uh, I missed other things. Scroll back up. Scroll back up. I wonder how much a leather wedding dress that is bespoke and handsome might go. I mean, a lot. Also, it would be very heavy. Leather is quite heavy. I mean, if you did it with like deer skin, which is really tends to be very thin and very pliable, and I think like it is mostly deer skin that's used in like that you would use for a piece of like a garment like that. And it's also pretty expensive. But yeah, oh my god, that would be so butter soft. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, turmeric. But yeah, turmeric mixed with ginger, it is pretty good. But I feel like, do you put turmeric in tea? I don't remember the tea being orange, and I feel like if it had turmeric in it, it would have been. So I'm not sure. That's why I wasn't sure if maybe I was remembering a kombucha that I used to like that had ginger and turmeric in it. Ooh, good question. What color would that? Like a cattle stamper thing. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep, totally. I'm with it now. Red or purple? Oh, that would be cool. A flowing black leather dress would be. Yeah, that would be pretty hot. I mean, and also probably it would probably be stifling to wear. But um, is that question for me, show media? I'll just assume that it is and answer it. Um, what's my favorite coffee? Whew. Strong. I tend to like the darker roasts, brewed pretty strong. Most of the time, I do put half and half in it, or some sort of creamer, half and half, or like um, what's that stuff called? Cream. Heavy cream is, of course, delicious because it's like all fat, so yum. Um, I don't usually put sugar in it anymore, but sometimes I will if I'm feeling fancy. Like if I go out to and I buy myself a coffee, I'm such a creature of habit in that way. Like it will almost always be a mocha because I love me chocolate. Um, I mean, I don't know that I've ever tried pumpkin spice in a coffee because that kind of sounds gross to me. I like the flavors that I associate with pumpkin spice, and I certainly like those flavors with other things, or like in a pumpkin pie, or I mean, who doesn't like cinnamon and that sort of thing? But uh, do you always go for chocolate ice cream over vanilla? Yes, almost always. Yeah, mocha's delicious. Like chocolate and coffee, it's just, they're. I really like that flavor profile of, yeah, just like bitter, and uh, like a deeper, earthier kind of flavor rather than like a light and floral type of flavor. So I tend to like the, yeah, I like that. Um, So, and I make milkshakes pretty frequently. So a lot of times I'll make my own chocolate sauce. So if I make a mocha, then I'll just put, a tablespoon or so in at the bottom of the cup. Like I don't do it fancy. I don't have like a cappuccino maker or anything like that. Chocolate and banana is also delicious. I'm not so sure about in a coffee, um, but chocolate and banana is generally delicious. One of my favorite desserts that I almost never make because it's such a pain in the ass. But you basically like make this like rum sauce, and it's like oh god, I don't even remember. It's like rum and sugar, um, and but like you cook it, so you're like pretty much cooking out most of the alcohol, and then you grill the bananas, basting it with that stuff, and then you use a little bit of that syrup with the banana and some vanilla ice cream and some chocolate syrup, and it's fucking amazing. I probably haven't had it in like a decade, but it's really really good. Banoffee. That was cute. um, yeah, spice cheesecake. Like that, I think would be yummy. I don't think I want that flavor in my coffee though. Heavy cream can be chilled in the freezer in a metal bowl, and then you whip it until it's a creamy foam and add a dash or dollop of rum or another liquor. I feel like my mom used to, like when I was a little kid, she would every now and again um, pour a little bit of creme de menthe on vanilla ice cream, and give it to the kids. I don't know if that was a good idea, but I do remember thinking that that was really yummy, and the creme de menthe was really delicious with the ice cream. Um, I think I'm mostly, I mean, like if I go to the store and I want the ice cream to make a milkshake, it's Breyer's chocolate is my first choice. I mean, there's a couple of like, if there's Haagen-Dazs coffee that also works, like a mocha milkshake is kind of my favorite. Um, uh, but oh yeah, Kahlua on ice cream is also delicious, and Kahlua and coffee is also good. Um, I haven't had that in a long time either, but I feel like that's something I used to do when I would go camping is have a little bit of booze in my coffee in the morning. Um, Belgian chocolate Haagen-Dazs, that's the shit, for sure. Like that is ice cream I would probably just like eat like a couple of bites of here and there and not even make it to a milkshake. But anyways, the point that I was gonna make is that if I go to the store and they don't have chocolate Breyers, instead of another brand of chocolate, I will get vanilla Breyer instead because I'll just add more chocolate sauce. Um, because I'm kind of picky about ice cream, apparently, and a substandard milkshake is just a waste of my time. um, I like Reuben sandwiches too. I mean, what's not to love? Rachel, yeah, exactly. I mean, Haagen-Dazs in general is pretty high quality ice cream. You've never had a Reuben? What? My favorites used to be fake Reubens because I didn't really love the, what kind of meat is it? Corned beef, is that right? Or no, I can't remember. But whatever the beef is called, um, didn't used to be one of my favorites, so I would make a fake one where and I'd use turkey instead. But oh, so good. Like I mean, if you like Swiss cheese and saucy stuff, which I do, um, pretty much any cheese is probably going to be my friend. But oh, I wish that I could. I mean, your tempo is right on there. I can hear it. I'm not going to perform it though because this is being recorded and that would just be embarrassing. Um, I mean, if you're going to embarrass yourself, might as well do it through vulnerability rather than goofiness. What? A rat ear established ice cream? And take your picture. Dude, now I'm going to have that song in my head. That's a little unfortunate. I mean, it's not the worst, but it's also just not the best. Oh, Winston's mom, like the cherries that have the cordial, like the cordial cherries. I used to like those as a kid. I haven't had them in a long time, but I feel like uh, I feel like that was something that was always around the house when I was a kid around the holidays. I don't know where it came from. It didn't seem like my mom was super into it, so it must have come from maybe some family member or family friend. Um, Wait, what? What do you need in your life? Rubens, yeah. Oh, no shit. I never did it with coleslaw. I did do the croat, um, but that is fascinating. I'd never heard of. I mean, turkey and coleslaw. That sounds great. I also like coleslaw on like fried fish sandwiches. There was this restaurant in New Hampshire that used to make them that way, and I thought it sounded real gross until I tried it, and it was delicious. Um, yeah. Oh my God, Ruben. Oh, it was so okay. So over the weekend, I have I am just blessed to know some like truly amazing, radical, awesome fucking people. And over the weekend, my friend Esther, who actually, this is her magazine, my Dykes Against Transphobia shirt. Here at the bottom, you'll see it says "Butch is not a dirty word." .com probably. Oh no, just Butch is not a dirty word. But Butch is not a dirty word is my friend Esther's magazine. And over the weekend, she had a collaborative project with a couple of other friends of mine. And it was the second annual one, and it was a karaoke contest to raise money for trans women of color. And I think it's called like I can't remember the name of it. It's a trans network of some sort. And I don't know if y'all have watched the news, but it is not a great time for trans people. So, you know, it was obviously a really great cause. There were like 30 or 40 people who were contestants in this karaoke contest. And I think they said they ended up selling like close to 300 tickets. Um, and it was really, really super fun. Um, but there was at one point like and also like I'm not a huge fan of karaoke. Like when I do go, like one, I don't participate in like directly because nobody wants to hear me sing. I don't even want to hear me sing. I can't imagine anybody else would want to. um, but you know, a lot of times like also like the performances aren't very good or the musical selection isn't my jam. Oh my god, it was like every song just about was awesome, and there were like it was fucking top-notch karaoke. Like it was fantastic performances. And Sinead O'Connor had, you know, recently died. And so one of the contestants did it's actually a Prince song, the Nothing Compares to You, which was written by Prince, but then, you know, kind of made more famous by Sinead's performance of it. And that was what she did for karaoke. And I mean, it was, I mean, beautiful, just gorgeous voice. It was really cool. Um, yeah, a magazine. Uh, what do you put in your hair exactly, Lou? So, um, I mean, I just cut it yesterday, so it's a little bit shorter now, which definitely helps. Uh, like my hair is never, this is as much body as my hair's ever had. I have a pomade that I use. I mean, I own probably like 5 pomades, and it's usually a combination of a little bit of 2 different ones. And I make my own lotion, and so a lot of times I'll also just kind of like, as I lotion on my hands, just kind of put it in my hair. Um, so yeah, I don't remember. I think it's something stupid. Like it's like the fucking, I don't know. It's a messy look pomade that you can get at like Walgreens. Um, yeah, her version of that song is fire. You are not wrong. Um, I like it, Ruby. Loose hair is held up by Truth. That's amazing. Um, but yeah, I honestly, I have never liked my hair. Like someday I'll show y'all pictures. I think maybe a couple of you I've maybe shown pictures of what I used to look like. But like up until, this, which this has been an evolution. But like my hair was usually just pretty much all one length and different. Like, I mean, when I was in my early mid 20s, it was like all the way down my back, and it's very fine. It's very blonde. It doesn't have. I mean, I never knew that it, like, there's this one little one that will curl on its own over here that's like 3 hairs, and that's it. Um, but uh, yeah, always fucking hated my hair. Really, just always hated it. Uh, and now, like, sometimes, like, I feel like this is bragging, but like, sometimes I look in the mirror and I'm like, I look all right. That's awesome. um, and I just started cutting it myself a few months ago, mostly out of like, you know, squirrel peanuts, haircut. I can learn how to cut my own hair or whatever, get close enough where, or just wear a fucking hat. But like, I can't grow peanuts that quickly. I don't know that I can even grow peanuts at all in this environment. But so, something had to go. And it was getting my hair cut by other people. And fortunately, there is a lovely gentleman, David, up the road at the barber shop who gave me a couple of really good cuts. And then I've just been kind of like, you know, tweaking it since then. But uh, yeah, who knew that I would be a person that would figure out how to cut their own fucking hair? That's a shock. Like, that doesn't feel very typical of my experience of me. Did my chat freeze again, or is everybody just chill? Let me reload that and make sure. I don't know why it was freezing before. Oh, oh no, I don't want to look at myself. I just want to look at you guys. You're all still here. Okay, cool. Thank you. Um, and thanks for the timestamp. That's cool. Um, okay. How long have I been doing this? I feel like I've been here a minute. How are y'all feeling? Am I keeping you? I feel like, I don't know. Should I end it? Oh my goodness, 3 hours? Where'd my chat go? I lost my chat again. Damn it. There it is. Why can't, okay, pop out chat. There we go. I'm so glad that you're so chill right now, Ruben R. I mean, if Ruben R is out there spying on me from the bushes, I would say, dude, get the fuck in here. Hit this joint if you want it, or not, and get the fuck out of the bushes. There's spiders in there. It's getting to be spider season, which is not something that we had in New England, but we definitely have a spider season in Portland. And there's 2 of them, in the spring and in the autumn. And I just saw, actually, when I was moving everything back inside and kind of like collecting all of the different various bits that the cords and shit, I I wish I knew how to transubstantiate hits like Eric does, but I really don't know how to do it. Um, but wait, what the fuck was I saying? Oh, just gone. Eh, likely wasn't that important. What the hell was I talking about? Ruben coming out of the bushes, coming in, hanging out. No idea. Is there anything that you guys want to talk about? I feel like I've kind of run out of things for the moment, so I'm gonna rely on y'all to give me some sort of inspiration to yammer. Um, it's true. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter because like my channel's too small. Nothing is monetized anyways. But I thought I heard in Flow State's chat the other day, or stream the other day, that if you are smoking, then they will demonetize you. And I wondered if that meant cigarettes or like bongs or what. Ooh, good question. I don't know is the short answer. Okay. I think my favorite one is the alchemy card, temperance. Temperance or the star are probably my two favorites. I mean, being the Aquarius, that's the star card, so I feel like an affinity to that one. Although Death and Tower, I don't know. I don't know that I could pick just one favorite. I'd say it's one of those four. Temperance, the Star, Death, and the Tower are the ones that come to mind. I mean, not that I like the Tower, but the Tower is necessary. Like, the Tower only comes down because it has to, because it was poorly built and isn't a structure that can sustain. So, it's moonitized. I love that. Yeah, no. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Least favorite one? I don't know. Seven of Swords is pretty tough energy. Ten of Swords is pretty tough energy. Nine of Swords is pretty tough energy. There's a lot of them that are kind of tough, and I feel like a lot of them are swords. Three of Swords, also rough. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so many to choose from. 78. Yeah, no, I'm not sure about Christmas. So I really wanted to go to the wedding and couldn't make that happen. My car totally shit the bed, and I did manage to get that fixed. My car's not really entirely like, oh God, I'm a mess in some, like, on paper, I'm just kind of a shit show. And my car fits nicely into that category. So I was a little definitely concerned about driving it that far in the hot weather, especially since I know that I'd have to go through, I mean, there's at least one pass, or two, probably, because just to get from Oregon to California, you have to go, there's a couple, you have to, do the coastal range in Southern Oregon, so there's a couple of passes there. So I didn't think my car would be really up to it in the hot weather. So if there are a couple of things that I can manage to get into place, including, I do, I didn't used to be quite nearly this bad. Like, I've always had a preference for, like, being in my own space, and, like, I've never been particularly adept at traveling. But I did definitely used to be better at it and a lot more into it. Since 2020 and just everything since then, I think I've just had such a hard time feeling like normal and okay, and there's just been so much fucking shit to process. Like, I mean, as much as you guys know, it's really only the half of it. And in that time, I have turned down offer out of offer after offer after offer to go places if it involved not waking up in my own bed. And like, I consider it each time. And like, there was one time, I think it was like, I don't know, 2 years ago, that a friend of mine got me to go to the coast with her and spend the night in a yurt, my friend Rappa. And that was awesome, and I had a good time. But I was just a bit preoccupied by the fact that I wasn't here. So I don't know if the energy of that can clear and I can figure my way around the car thing a little bit, then I would really love to go to the Christmas party. What my very best favorite choice would be is for people to come to Portland. I think that this is where we should have an in-person gathering, because yeah. Wait, the star card is your natal card? I thought the star card. Oh, because yeah, I gotcha, I gotcha. Um, yeah, it only comes down because it has to. I love it. I love it. Um, I know swords does get a bad rap, but it is true that there's also like a lot of the like. I mean, just going through it, like, okay, so what are the hardest ones? Okay, nine. Nine of Wands, also tough. Not as tough as the Nine of Swords. Um, and then the Nine of Cups, definitely not bad energy. Nine of Pentacles, definitely not bad energy. So I feel like just, yeah, like not that swords is bad, like it's all part of the human experience. Like all of these are archetypical energies because they are so universal. But they're definitely, I mean, they're swords. Swords are sharp and pointy and cut you. Um, yeah. Where are you coming from, Rubinar? And you don't have to answer that because I just realized this is online. Yeah, I wanted to go to the wedding so bad. I know. Yeah, and the money thing just didn't really come together. Like I literally even did some calculations trying to figure out how much it would cost. And then yeah, it just I'm a shit show. Um, charades together would be so fun. It would be so fun. Yeah. Fucking it's yeah. Sad how wait, what? Oh wait, I missed a whole bunch. Okay, sorry. Oh wait, Tucker Carlson? We don't like him. Well, I bet I mean the Council of Self, that is Lou. Yeah, you should come to see Portland. It's great. I would love to host an event. I really would. Like, I think that would be great. Um, oh my God. So this has nothing to do with anything, but the word fart reminded me. Nine of Wands. Oh wait, you can't fart away a bipolar. That's a great quote. Nice work, Rubenar. You can't fart away SI Polar. Oh, you're in Texas. Oh, well, dang. I was hoping maybe you'd be in a place where you had to come through Oregon to get to California, but that is just not how the geography of that works. Um, yeah, fives are tough energy. I mean, okay, so, ones are associated with Keter, two is Hakma, this is Kabbalah, three is Binah, four is, I'm forgetting the word, five is Gabora, which is like uh, uh, the top of the pillar of, oh my God, forgetting the name of the pillar. Um, because I'm high. But it is it's a difficult energy. Like it's it, the five in and of itself is the energy of conflict. But the six is associated with Tippereth, which also, like, if you were to overlay the Kabbalah onto the body, that's also the heart space. And a lot of times I've seen people make the correlation between like Christ consciousness and that six energy. And so six is also, because it's in between the two pillars, it's a place of balance, and it literally translates to like victory and like beauty and goodness, and like it's the vibration of the number five is one that in and of itself is difficult. So then you overlay that with the other energies of, the pentacles and swords and, or elements, however you think about it, then I mean it's a difficult base to deal with. So all of the fives, I think, are kind of tough energy. They're the energy of change. And you know, sixes they're very balanced, and it's like you've moved through that difficult energy of change, and now you've reaped the reward of it. So I mean, it's not strict. I mean, it is. I mean, there's Kabbalah with a K and Kabbalah with a Q, and I don't want to be appropriative of the Jewish tradition because I'm first of all not Jewish. I mean, I'm not really anything. And I know that there are some deviations of understanding and philosophical differences between the Kabbalah with a Q and the Kabbalah with a K. I guess just to keep it simplified. Yeah, anytime any one of you want to come to Portland, I mean, not just anybody on the internet, obviously, I kind of need to know you first, but all of the people that are currently here. Oh, and I'm in fucking top chat. God damn it. Fucking, that's so annoying. I just get so annoyed that it defaults to that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's lots of different takes, and there's probably more similarities than differences. And I'm not an expert on any of them, but that is one of the things that I kind of nerd on when I have the time. What are you doing, Mr. Man? He's such a little weirdo. Like, he's so cute. You're a cute guy. You're a weird cute guy, but you're a cute guy. You just like to be wherever. Wherever there's attention that can happen, you want it. You want it. Yeah, totally. Yeah, and he is like that. It's funny how often Rachel and I, oh, that's so cute. Um, Rachel and I have had the conversation about how many like similarities there are between Trouble and Mr. Man. Like just these male cats that like we didn't ask for, that just kind of like showed up and kind of took over and annoyed the older other female cats that were already there. um, Zsa Zsa Gabor. Ah, no way. Oh, okay. That's a multiple choice. Hmm. I'm gonna say back. Johnny Carson seemed like he was like he could be a little spicy like that. So that's my vote. Is I vote for fact. What's your cat's name, Christine? Is it also a male cat, or is your cat a female cat? Um, what time is it? What time is it? Hi, hi, hi. Yes, I'm holding my little hand. I'm holding my little hand. He's sweet. Let's see. So it was true? Oh, I'm sure she knew what she was saying. I mean, I'm sure. Conan the Barbarian. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, and just like so quick on his feet. Like I feel like yeah, you'd have to be pretty quick in that moment, especially if it was it part of an interview, um, like, and especially something that was being filmed. I'm yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we've got Trouble, Conan the Barbarian, and Mr. Man. I think, yeah, I don't know. Uh, like, I have had one other male cat, my little Carl, but like Carl was a Siamese cat whose parents were siblings. Nobody planned it that way, but like the people who so some like friends of Andrew's through the place that he worked at the time um, had gotten two kittens and basically just didn't get them fixed early enough. Like they're just not the most responsible of parent of pet ownership. And then, of course, you know the cats, you know, begat more cats. And so the one that I ended up with was one of the ones from that litter. And he was very special and very sweet, and um, definitely not like him at all. Like he was a lot more, I guess, demure. Um, no, his name was Carl, like Carl. I don't know why. I mean, I definitely named him, but I don't remember why. Uh, but I, for some reason, always called him Carl. Like Carl, but just for some reason said fast, so it came out Carl. Oh yeah. Once his mom's got it. Yeah, I think it was C, from what I recall. Oh, like the call. No. It was years before I read that, I think. Oh. Oh, Gus. Oh, that's super cute. Gus is a great name. One of these days, I'm gonna have to wait for the right one to show up, but someday there's probably gonna be a squirrel named Gus. I just think that that would be a great name for a squirrel. Um, right now, I've got Irene, Scrappy, Wally, the one that we used to call String Cheese, but he grew a tail, and his tail is just beautiful. Like we literally, he got nicknamed String Cheese because he had no fur on his tail, and then over the space of a couple months, like way after, it was like naked tail all winter. Like he looked cold, and it looked very weird. It was like a rat's tail, and uh, then he grew a puff on the very end, and for the longest time, it was just this puff on the very end, but then otherwise kind of naked. And then over the summer, he was just a late bloomer, I guess. And like over the summer, his tail like fully fluffed out, like in stages, and now it's just gorgeous and lush. So I feel like he needs a new nickname. I came up with one the other day. Might have been Happy Feet or Dancy Pants or something like that, because he always like does this thing where his little feet move super fast on the ground, and he's like ready to bolt. Um, but yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of them. Lil Bear, Nigel. I'm sure there's other ones that I'm forgetting that I still see pretty regularly. But it's hard because, like, so, you know, squirrels in the wild sometimes don't live a long time. Like, the fact that I got to have Stubby in my life for so long, and, like, who knows how old she was when I met her, but, like, that, you know, like, yeah, like, there's already, like, a few that I, like, saw really super regularly, like, enough to name and, like, recognize, because I don't know if you noticed, but squirrels mostly kind of look the same. Like, you have to really be paying attention to catch the differences. Um, and, you know, so they have to, like, stick around for a while before they get a name. And, you know, some of the ones that got named are already gone. Like, you know, Flopsy, fastest squirrel in the West. I really thought she was going to be around for a while. She was just so fast. I was like, nothing's catching that girl. I don't know what happened to them. They just stopped coming someday. It's like unresolved in some way. Khaleesi Breaker. Yeah. I stopped watching that show at one point. I read a bunch more of the books than I saw of the show. And I get annoyed with the plot deviations in the TV show because I read the books so many years beforehand. Um, hmm. Philo-erection is when the tail gets all fluffed. In a cat? I mean, they're kind of always fluffed in a squirrel. Does that, okay, does that apply to a tail that is typically not fluffed, like a cat tail, and then like they can fluff it? Or does that apply to the process of growing a tail that is always fluffed. I don't know why it matters, but oh, is Flopsy the fastest squirrel? Yeah, she is missed. Um, Bunny is also missed. Bunny had no tail at all. He just had a little nub, which is why he looked like a bunny. He was real cute. No, sadly, there are no fireflies here. Um, there are not a whole lot of things. I mean, outside of the people I love, obviously, there are not a whole lot of things that I miss about the Northeast, but fireflies is one of them. Like, I was lucky enough to grow up having, you know, fireflies being a regular part of my summer times. Well, yeah. Like they're pretty much. I'm trying to think there if there are any exceptions to this, but almost like anytime I've read a book and then it gets made into a movie or a TV show, or even if it was like the movie was already made, but I just happened to read the book first, I am never satisfied. Like what I have in my mind is not only so much more true to what the authors read because it was built based on the words that they provided and nothing else. But it's just also like so much more fantastical. And I, you know, mostly like sci-fi and fantasy, particularly fantasy, was like my favorite genre for a long time. Um, and yeah, yeah. Okay, so wait. Pylo. Okay, erection is erection or bristling of hairs due to involuntary contraction. Okay, interesting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Muchin does that when she is real pissed. I mean, I've seen other cats do that too. Yeah, making themselves bigger. Hmm. Gone with the Wind, I have read the book but never seen the movie, and The Godfather, I have never seen the movie nor have I ever read the book. Any of them. I mean, I'm guessing. Wait, okay, so I don't know if The Godfather. I know it was 3 movies, I think, but I don't know how many books it was. Actually, I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, that I knew before this very moment that it was a book. I'm sure I probably must have, but this is the way back. Um, Interesting. So they somehow managed to coexist without stomping on the other. That's awesome. I think that that's I think that's I mean obviously the fact that you could only had 2 examples of that is indicative of the fact that um, that's a tough thing for people to be able to do. Uh, yeah, I have. Gosh, you know it's so weird. I spent so long. I just realized how crooked this is. Sorry, everybody. I don't think it really matters. You don't care. But I spent so long reading. Like that's all I did until I was like 35. Pretty much. I mean, it's not really true, but it's kind of true. I read a lot. A lot, and almost exclusively fiction. Um, and yeah, I think I'm just done with it. Like I've listened to some fiction audiobooks since then, but it's really rare. Like it used to be such a drive. Like I lived so much through those stories in my mind. Um, yeah. Oh wow. Now when you say central casting, so here's just a sort of general question for the room. When you are reading something and sort of imagining it, do you put real people or do you create the characters like whole? Or do you like put different people into characters almost like like casting like an actor? You hardly ever read fiction either? Yeah. Did you ever before? Like was that anything that you were into when you were younger, Boba? Or is that just always the way it's been? I don't even like watching like TV and movies anymore. Um, like there's like I'm consuming stuff quite frequently, but yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. I do struggle with reading history. Well, honestly, truth be told, except for looking up things or reading little bits and pieces here and there about, tarot or some other esoteric thing, but like in terms of like reading a book, like opening it at page one and then finishing it at page whatever and reading it sequentially, I haven't done that in a long time. Like it's been probably a couple of years. I've listened to a couple of audiobooks, but it's been at least a couple few years. And I think even then, what was it that I read? It was Noah Harari, not the first one, Sapien. I think it was. Mm. You don't see the words on the page? Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. I definitely like. I must see them because they're informing the pictures that I'm paying attention to. Um, but it is definitely not a. It's not a. Hmm. That's interesting. I'd have to think about that. Yeah. I imagine completing this text like a certain person. Yeah. Exactly. I tend to do the same Rubinar, and uh, yeah. I mean, I imagine on some level they're probably amalgamations of other people, but they are put together like they're yeah. One of the ways they use other dramatic characters' future. Yeah, I used to do that too. Um, Especially if it was a book that I read that didn't have a satisfactory ending in some way. I would kind of rewrite the end, kind of in a way. Or, yeah. I mean, some books are just too hard to do that with. Like, I remember like I said, I was super into fantasy, and I went through a pretty big Marion Zimmer Bradley stage. And that's the lady who wrote The Mists of Avalon. She wrote a bunch of other shit too, a good portion of which I've read. Um, but yeah, she wrote The Mists of Avalon, and that was when I really wanted to rewrite the end of that one in my mind. I thought that was just such a that book kind of broke my heart. Um, hmm. Interesting. You just got lost reading books. I don't know. I guess it depends on the type. Like I think, and maybe that was one of the reasons why, like when reading on paper books or out of like actual like physical books, um, I always had a preference for fiction was because it was mostly just like watching the story in my mind. Like obviously there was reading happening, but most of the attention that I was paying was to the visuals that were playing out in my mind as a result of that. Um, I feel like with non-fiction, uh, I am less likely to be like pictures and images will sometimes show up, but it's not like like a narrative like it is with a fiction book. Um, and I do like there are times where I will have to like where if I pay too much attention to just the text, I almost can't catch the meaning of things. Um, I don't know if I'm not explaining that very well, so we'll just leave that one aside. Um, I always think or feel like a design a more efficient system. Or pattern or person. Yeah. Yeah, is it? Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting. Um, I can see that. I can see that. I mean, that does make sense to me. And you know, I it's gonna sound probably like a weird thing to say. So actually, I'm gonna leave you with that teaser and go roll myself a cigarette and run to the bathroom real quick before I share it with you. Wait, before I do that though, let me make sure I don't lose it by the time I get back. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna point this at the kitty. Y'all can watch Mr. Man be cute. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. Don't bite. Don't bite him. No bite. Oh, Mr. Man, you abandoned the chat. Bummer. So to whoever asked earlier, this is actually the pomade that I use most often because I like the smell of it most. It's the Axe Shame Flexible Paste Messy Look. And it's blue, although it doesn't actually come out blue. But it's very, I really like the way it does smell. It's very, like most stuff, like honestly, the reason why I started making my own lotion for the first time a long time ago was because, one of the reasons, was because I don't like things that have really strong smells to them, and especially like this brand, or anything that's geared, well, it doesn't even matter. I mean, the gendered stuff seems to be, like the scents are very different, the scent profiles are very different, but they're just too strong all across the board for me almost all the time. Nah, it's not hair gel, it's more of like it's like a pomade, so it's like a putty almost, which no, I'll just put it in my hair. That's awesome, Winston's mom. Thank you. It is very nice. I got it online. I think at probably a site called something very similar to paperlanterns.com, because I do like the paper lanterns. I think they're really cool, and that one is definitely one of my favorites. And it's just paper. Like it's you know, it's just paper. Let's see. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, right. If only you found typology earlier. Are there any that I dislike that I've tried? Anything that smells too strong, and I've kind of gotten to the point where if I can't open at least a tester in a store and get an idea for how strong it is, then I probably won't buy it. There is this one that I have that actually Nairi gave me, and the reason they gave it to me was because they were really, really sensitive to like smells and stuff. I mean, they were sensitive to everything. And it was just, it smelled too strong, and it is definitely kind of stinky, or strong smelling. It's not an unpleasant smell, it's just really strong. But it's also like, one, I don't have very much hair, And two, my hair is very fine, so like it doesn't like I never use very much product. So that one I'll use on occasion, but I don't think. No, that's not true. I'm sure there have definitely been a couple. I can't remember what brands there were that I got, and I just didn't like them. Probably because of the smell more than anything else. Because like honestly, I don't fucking know what I'm doing. So like it either I mean, and it's basically just all sticky stuff and like um, like I don't know. I think I've done mostly like clays or pomades. Like I mean I haven't done any gels gels since probably like the 90s when, my sister was trying to style my hair after my mom permed it or something like that. Um, and I also haven't tried a mousse since then. I do occasionally use a little bit of hairspray. Every now and again I'll use like dry shampoo because it does like uh, I don't wash my hair very often, especially with it this short. When it was longer I would, but when I do wash it, it's like it's not like I don't buy shampoo or conditioner for like a shampoo. It's actually like baking soda and water with some essential oils in it, and then which is very base, and then as a like sort of and also it's nice because with the baking soda you get a little bit of a scrubby, and then as the like second step, it's chamomile tea and apple cider vinegar with some essential oils, and that kind of you know adds the uh, acid back in, so they complement each other nicely. But I even only do that probably like once a month or so. Um, yeah, dry shampoo is great. Um, oh, would you identify the top three notes? Could I identify that? Not from memory. And I don't really want to have to sniff it a whole bunch right now. Um, you know what I, I don't, and I don't know, Liam, I could maybe reach out to somebody to figure this out, but I would, like, I can't remember what cologne they used to wear. Uh, and it's definitely not one that I remember coming across elsewhere, like, randomly, so I don't think it's one of the super popular ones. Because, like I said, they were pretty sensitive to smells. Um, uh, but I do wish I would find that. I would probably buy some. Like, every now and again, I have some of my aunt. There were a couple of different kinds of perfume that she used to wear, and one of them was Ralph Lauren. I think it was just Lauren, or however the fuck you say that guy's name. And I have a couple bottles of it. My sister and I sort of like split her bottles of perfume and each took a couple, so that every now and again I'll just kind of take the cover off it and get a whiff. It feels kind of like getting a hug from her, which is always a good thing. Glue is good. That's all I need, is just glue it in a general upright position is good enough. I can't get too perfect about it. Oh, I remember hearing about Dippity Doo. Your dad called it dog shampoo? That's funny. Yeah, hints of this, a burst of that, underlying tones of such and such. Yeah, for my fragrance preference, like I pretty much, at this point, I only wear patchouli. People either like it or they don't. And that's fine. Yves Saint Laurent. Um, yeah. Yeah, Yves Saint Laurent. I don't know how to say it properly either. Yves Saint Laurent. I don't know, but I feel like I've heard of that one. That might have been one. I feel like maybe, I don't know. Some lady in my family used to like that one. I think because it definitely sounds familiar. What is the other one? I actually can't remember what the other one is. Oh, Burberry. That's one of them. say, so I'm not sure what that one is. But yeah, Burberry apparently was the other one that Auntie really liked. You haven't been typed, Show Media? How have you not been typed? I thought you had been typed. That may be hard to read. Okay, wait, what? Oh. Oh my god, I didn't even catch the typo at first, Show Media. So wait, what is your type? And I know I have asked you that before, and I probably will ask you again. I don't really know. I mean, I know Winston's mom, Boba, Rachel, Eric, John and Peter. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I. Oh, obviously Ruben. Um, oh, ENFJ or INFJ. Interesting. Oh, that's. Oh, and you got typed by Spacey, and you went from ENFP to confidently INFP. Huh. Interesting. Um, I don't, I mean, I'm certainly no expert in any of this. And I know obviously like typing someone through chat, uh, like even people who do know what they're talking about, like Eric, don't do that. Um, but, um, based on other people who have been typed INFP, I don't feel like your chat style is super similar to theirs, for whatever that means. Yeah. I still don't even know that I really understand what TE is. Like, people talk about it as, and they're like, oh, it's efficiency or whatever, or ordination. I guess, but like, I don't know. I feel like I don't really understand what it means. Like, I feel like there's three cognitive functions that I most struggle to understand, and they're FI, TE, and SI. Um, yeah, and if I am an INFJ, then that would be my bottom three. So it would make sense that regardless of my capabilities of dealing with them, that my ability to understand them would probably be inhibited. But it's still annoying because, like, I feel like not having access to a complete understanding or being able to, like, even when I've heard it described in a way that I'm like, oh, that makes sense, I understand it now. Um, like, it doesn't stay. Like, it falls back out of my head somehow. Um, yeah, all of my back's but it's annoying because I feel like without being able to understand even what they are conceptually, it, like, I'm missing 3/8 of the pie. And if you're missing 3/8 of the pie, how can you walk around the world and be like, oh, well, you're this kind of pie or that kind of pie? Because, like, I mean, that's a terrible metaphor, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I feel like there's like I have neither subjective nor objective understanding of what those three are. TI is like adding up the facts, the perceptions to judge the logic of the truth objectively. TI is more modal logic. Modal logic, think premise, conclusion, plus subjectivity. Okay. Um, Hmm. Young uses Darwin and Kant to explain the difference in TE and TI. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. And obviously, I mean, literally with like breaking down the process of a potted tree, I obviously missed out on one of the steps because I had to dig up my tree and repot it, replant it. Um, wisdom and reality changed my character a lot in my mid-20s. Interesting. Inward and conservative in engaging with people. Oh, that's so interesting. Yeah. Hmm. Wisdom and reality. Yeah, I wonder if your Saturn return came early. Sounds like it was a pretty impactful time. Yeah, and I guess like with that, what Winston's mom's there, right there with that. Kiersey said calls TE business logic, planning, organizing, and results. J and MBTI means planning, while the P means flexibility. And yeah, that makes sense. But like I mean, I'm not awful at planning and organizing stuff, some stuff. I mean, I can do it, but I have to really want to do it. I'm actually kind of a shit show if it's not something that I really want. So, okay. Do I recall the steps to replant it? I mean, I dug it up, I put in some dirt to make it taller, and I put it back in. I mean, it took a lot longer than that, so I'm guessing there were more steps, but what did I do? Oh, it was a whole process. Um, I mean, I thought about it for like a week and a half before I did it. So that is always step one. Think about it for a week and a half. Yeah, so yeah, that. So, okay, so would you, based on what you said there, show media, in this situation here, I can kind of dig up my old inner child roots with you guys hiding behind the keyboard, which, one, thank you for saying that. Like, like, I think that's awesome that this feels, I mean, even if you are uh, categorizing it in some ways, hiding behind a keyboard, it is still you, and you're letting your authentic self come out. And I think that that is amazing and awesome. And I feel honored to have so many fucking fantabulous people. Um, and I guess kind of a question for the room is if what I'm understanding show media is saying correctly, it's kind of like being behind the keyboard where you're only the words on the page makes you feel more able to be bold, if I'm understanding that correctly. But even if I'm not understanding that correctly, I still do. I'm curious about if you all generally, if you also experience that, um, and yeah, like that is not my experience. But I think that is interesting that that is yours. My teehee, teehee, my teehee. I don't have tee. I have teehee. That would be so much more fun. My teehee. Oh my god, I did it again. My TE has allowed me to flow easily through problems that others struggle with. But even as a child, I studied time management and efficiency. Wow. I feel like in my adulthood, I will sometimes play time management games, and that is the extent of my dedication to time management. I I know it's something that I struggle with. Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess that's TE. All right, I get it. I get it. I'm with you now. Um, okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Um, and I says go out there and take. That's funny. My NI does not tell me to get out there and take care of business. My NI I'm not sure what exactly it tells me to do. I feel like I'm mostly here. Like the FE is easier to hear, which is why I like to remove as much FE from my regular life as I can, is because it just takes the pressure off. I feel like sometimes with tool functions, it's and again, maybe this is contextual and just based on experience, but I do feel like FE is kind of a double-edged sword, and I have definitely let myself use it to not my best in highest service of myself. Um, hmm. Yeah, that, okay, so what you say here show about the way you live in your head and the way you are out in the real world. I also experience a pretty big difference between how I imagine myself to be and how I am. Uh, it's funny sometimes, so I go out dancing pretty regularly, and a lot of times, like, I mean, I try and find me, like, my preference is back right corner, I guess, but, like, only if it's in a place with good sound. Otherwise, it's, like, closer to the speaker, but in preferably a dark corner where there's not very many people who are going to get near me. Um, or, whatever. Definitely, no, I don't like people touching me. But, and a lot of times I will dance with my eyes closed, because if I can close out as much of the sensory, like, if I can narrow the sensory down to just the overwhelming sound, then it actually helps me be present in a way that I don't otherwise experience a whole lot, without really, really trying. And, like, in my mind, I am getting down and I am moving all around, and, like, my body is doing things, and in reality, like, from the outside, I'm mostly just probably, like, swaying a little back and forth, and maybe, like, dancing with the most subtle of moves. And it's interesting. Yeah. I mean, sometimes if I've had a couple of drinks, then I will get a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, mind is a tricky mofo. Well, mm, yeah, I think I'm not generally overtly pushy at all. Um, and I find most of the time I don't have to be. Like, obviously, there are some times there's really, there's a few subjects that I definitely get kind of riled up by. You know, probably mostly pretty political stuff, but, like, political in the personal kind of way. Um, oh, interesting. I almost never have so much energy and bouncing off the walls. Like, this is as energetic as I usually am. I feel like in streams I'm much more extroverted than I am otherwise. And I can tell you I am definitely going to sleep pretty well tonight, I hope. Um, or in a fair universe, I would sleep really well tonight. Oh, 2 or 3 caffeines a week? Impressive. Yeah, I have to stay on top of my magnesium too. Um, More for muscle, muscle stuff than anything else. Um, yeah, dancing is pretty magical. It really is. Like I don't know. There's just something about it that's very. It just feels really good. It's interesting though. Like I found like literally even when I'm home by myself, even if I mean not that I've done this because I don't have curtains in most of the windows, but when it was hot and you know this faces west, so I have a curtain over there that I close whenever it's sunny out in the hot weather. But like I even put one up here, and I had those windows covered, and nobody's seen in that little window up there because it's very short and high. And even then, even when like living alone, there wasn't a chance that anybody was gonna see me. Um, I still have trouble like literally taking up space and like making big movements. It's really interesting. Um, Coffee robs magnesium from you? Oh, that sucks. That's so interesting. Oh, like, ow, ooh, I wrenched my back. It also, and it raises your cortisol levels. Oh yeah, no, I'm familiar with that one. I'm assuming that you're referring to caffeine or coffee when you say it raises cortisol rather than. Yeah, and I've had periods of life where I've gone caffeine free, like when I was in my most anxious stage of my life, where like there was just panic attacks, just all the time. It felt like, and that was probably like my early to mid 20s. And during that time, I didn't drink caffeine. I didn't drink caffeine. I didn't drink alcohol. Didn't smoke weed. Didn't eat beef. Didn't have dairy. Pretty much only drank distilled water for water. Um, and the occasional soda here and there, like rarely. But, interesting. But yeah, I have definitely like I tried dipping around with the like yerba mate and other sources of energy, matcha, um, and there's something about it that just doesn't actually work for me to make me feel awake, especially in the morning. Maybe as I said, I'm too lazy to try other times, but yeah, like energy management has become a real struggle, especially in this like the menopause. Um, yeah. Yeah, I do that every now and again. For a while, I did the keto thing, which actually worked really well for me in some ways. It was like 2018, it was right after Terrell and I broke up. Um, and we were still living together, but we weren't together anymore, and we weren't like sharing a bedroom or anything, but we were still like cohabitating. Um, and I had prior to that, when Terrell found out that she was allergic to dairy, so in solidarity, I gave up cheese and dairy with her for like, you know, like 6 or 7 months, and then we broke up, and I was like, well, I guess I don't really need to do this anymore. And a friend of mine had just started the keto diet and was telling me all about it, and I was like, oh, give it a try. Energy is a little bit more or less, just less, I guess, and less reliable than it used to be. And so I did the keto thing and felt fucking great. Had so much more energy, just overall felt better. I think I sort of slipped into ketosis relatively easily. But I also did a little bit of like lazy keto where I think I just really over relied on cheese and my cholesterol went really high. So yeah, I don't do the keto anymore. if I were smart, I would definitely at least limit the amount of sugar I intake. It's not even so much carbs. Like I have bread every now and again. I do eat a fair amount of sandwiches, I guess. Um, but it's mostly just the sugar in the forms of like sugar, like ice cream mostly. Um, no, I never did the keto sticks. I never. They were. Yeah. No. I think at the time they were just kind of expensive, or for some reason I just could tell from the way my body was. Um, yeah. But like I said, my fucking cholesterol went really high, and so my doctor was like, "You need to either go on cholesterol medication or stop this diet." And I was like, "Why would I take medication if I don't have to?" So, and I just didn't. It was really hard to make the initial leap, especially because like sugar and like eating sugary things, like especially like milkshakes, cookies, cakes, things like that. That's definitely like I will comfort eat sometimes, and those are sort of my go-tos. But it was like me and my best friend. I went vegan in solidarity, but once the friendship ended, I went back to eating right food. Yeah, yeah. Um, hmm, interesting. Yeah, I also have high protein needs. Like I cannot just have, and I used to be able to do this. This is one of those things, like I said, like just life at this point is forcing me to pay attention to SI. And yeah, like if I were to just have like say, you know, a couple of pieces of toast, even if it has like peanut butter on it, or well, I don't really eat peanut butter, but almond butter, even if it has something proteiny, like a protein spread on it, it's not enough. I like give me 3 hard-boiled eggs and I'm good to go. um, yeah, yeah, totally. Rachel, tell us your dream if you would like. Wait, what? Rachel Strauss is knitting earmuffs? What? Rachel Strauss knits? I didn't know this. How has this not come up? Are you talking shit show? Oh, that's funny. I said shit show. Earmuffs are something I never actually did knit. I mean, I've knitted pretty much. Okay, that's not true. Not everything, but I've knitted lots of things. But I never have knitted earmuffs. Earmuffs. Yeah, I mean, I've had the same work routine more or less, kind of. I mean, like sort of a Monday through Friday kind of gig, forever. Show media getting pushy. Um, okay, so Boba Fett says earmuffs are very hipster, and Show Media says earmuffs are amazing. I think those can both exist at the same time. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how we're referring to SI. I guess I wasn't really referring to SI in terms of routine so much as in terms of like bodily awareness. Like when I made that comment a few minutes ago about how at this point in my life I'm being forced to pay attention to the SI, it's not the routines. Like outside of work and what's required to have routine around that. Um, and even with work, like I don't go to bed at the same time, and I've never eaten dinner, like unless it was when I was with a partner that, preferred to eat at a regular time of day. Like I can do those things, but I won't initiate the regularity of those things. Um, and establishing new routines is incredibly difficult. Um, yeah, especially ones that are good. Um, oh, okay, gotcha. On the same page. Yeah. Oh, my ears get so cold and they're like antennas. Yeah, I can see why Earmuffs would be like heaven. Like when it's something that like fucks up your whole body, that just stinks. Um, for sure. Yeah. I don't know what time it is. I should look at the time. Speaking of routines, I should probably eat dinner before I fucking go to bed and pass out. Um, well, I don't know. You have big floppy ears too. um, yeah. I always hated the earmuffs that came like with the like weird fucking headband, but like they spun up. I think it was maybe the 80s. I feel like this was a thing in the 80s, and they like spun up into these tiny little things, but then like they just always, I don't know, they never seem to work right. I don't know. There are some things that I just break really easily. Another one is can openers. I don't know if it's because I'm left-handed and I do it weird. That's what Andrew always said. But like, unless it's an all metal can opener, like the most basic one, I will fucking break it. Um, I don't know how. I don't know how. With the paradox of choice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, tons of objects. I'm not really even sure what you mean by that. Like, I definitely have, like, just in this room alone, tons of objects. Um, some of which I notice sometimes, and some of which I don't. All of which just mostly collect dust that I rarely will do anything about. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Like I, hmm, yeah, I don't know how I think about that. Um, yeah, that's true. Three other people's stuff. That's a lot. That is a lot of objects. Like it, yeah. It's different when you're kind of just mostly choosing the objects that you have. Yeah, every day and every night, 24/7. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The times that, like, in looking back over my life, the times that I have felt more comfortable and experienced more, like, personal growth are all the times that I lived alone. And I think part of that is, like even doing this, like, even streaming. I just never would do this if I had a housemate because I would be too worried about the fact that, like, I'm in the living room. You know, like, this is common space. Like, what if somebody else wants to be in here? Or what if it's imposing on them in some way? Or what if they're imposing on me by, um, whatever. Like, there's a lot to navigate there. And so there's a lot of things that I just won't do that I do get some sort of personal enjoyment out of, but I won't do them if there's other people around. Part of that's probably also like the learning curve of doing things, or just uh, like, I don't know, being witnessed in a way. Um, Fewer maximally impactful objects. I guess I kind of feel that way in some ways. Like, I definitely have more stuff than I need right now, but the things that I surround myself, well, I guess it depends on also how you uh, define impactful. I like to have things around me that either delight in some way or inform in some way, or something that shapes the way I think. Like, even, like having, this is just a little prism. And so when the sun shines, I get, and there's also outside on the porch, I have a couple of wind chimes that also have a bunch of prisms on them. So when it's sunny in here, I'll show you all sometime. When it's sunny in here, there's, little rainbows that dance around the whole room. And that is maximally impactful for what I'm looking for. Um, but is it like helpful, efficient, do anything actually? No, definitely not. Yeah. I get that. I wouldn't collect but guitars. You get the best guitar for the job you have in mind and for the best value. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay, hang on a second. I missed a bunch of stuff. Let me go back up. Okay. Yeah, beautiful and useful. Or beautiful or useful, I would add to that. Because some things are beautiful but not useful, and some things are useful but not beautiful aesthetically. Dream of cracked tooth and having no job and going to my friend who worked at Starbucks and she offered me a job. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, it is always Christmas over here, Boba Fett. I like the lighting. I don't really like overhead lighting or super bright lighting. So the Christmas lights and twinkle lights just have like the right lumens, lumen, I don't know, right brightness. Yeah, fairy lights are amazing. It was also hectic at Starbucks, and they had Halloween decorations up for a while after Halloween, and it took some down because old Halloween decorations pissed me off. Hmm. Yeah, like having nice bits around the house. It's interesting because like I don't know, just the past several years has been so atypical for the rest of my life. Um, you know, like I obviously made it cute in here, and I'm pretty happy with the result. Um, the reason why I did it initially was like, so Terrell and I had been living together, and we were engaged, and then we broke up, and Terrell moved out, and I decided to do Airbnb, which worked out great. Um, well, except my landlord made me stop, so like I can't do it now. But I do like the short term peopling worked better, and being able to have breaks, that worked awesome. And so like when Terrell moved out, a lot of the stuff had been hers. I mean, shit, some of the stuff is still hers. Like my kitchen or dining room table was actually originally hers, and um, you know, well, now I think it's mine, but it's been here forever. But like, there was like this room was almost completely empty. I mean, except for the speakers and like the sound. Like I didn't really like a lot of the furniture hadn't been mine, and so I was like, okay, well, I got a few months to make this place cute enough that people will want to spend money to come here, and yeah, this is what happened, and it worked out really well, and I've gotten lots of compliments over it over the years. But like I'd never done anything like that before. Like it was really interesting. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like there's definitely some things I agree. Like, and I mean, a guitar is not just an object. It's an object that you can make stuff with. So it's also a tool. Um, So, like, I think if I think about it in terms of it being a tool, um, I probably some layer lie in between Boba and Ruben, where I'd like the idea of maybe having a lot of them, but realistically, I'm probably more likely to get the things that I need, and then maybe get one that meets the basic needs, and then if I want something that does something like special on top of that, kind of like add to it. Um, Yeah, it is mid-century modern. Thank you so much, Winston's mom. I did. I bought it on Craigslist. I looked around a lot. Fortunately, I am in a city that has. I like the mid-century modern, and I think I got the end table first, and then maybe a yellow chair over there that's also mid-century modern, and I didn't have a couch, but came across this one and it was a pretty good price, and it's pretty comfortable, especially for how much time I spend on it, which is not a whole lot. Like I don't, I I like, it's not that I don't appreciate the comfort that you get from like a big poofy couch or a couch that kind of like swallows you in, but in terms of, like I said, in terms of how much it gets used as like lounging space, that wasn't necessary, and I prefer the aesthetic of the like cleaner lines. Ooh, you're couch shopping? Hmm. Yeah, yeah, I I mean, there's definitely stuff that I buy new on occasion, but in terms of like clothing and furniture, I'm a lot more likely to buy something that's used than something that's new. And part of that, I guess, is price, sorta, but even when price isn't a consideration, it just seems like I'm more likely to find what I want. Um, when somebody else has already broken it in or refinished it in some way. Um, ooh, wait, a Les Paul shape, is that the, no, no, that's the Flying V. Is that the same thing? I don't know. I don't know shit about shit, obviously. But, yeah, exactly. Mid-century modern works well, and because there are so many clean lines, it combines pretty well with everything. And, like, obviously, I don't have a style. I don't even know if I don't even think if it's necessarily boho. Um, it's just shit that I like to fit in the room that somehow works together. Just kind of magically happened. Yeah. But I think because mid-century modern does tend to be pretty simple and have a lot of clean lines, it actually works really well to pairing with things. Um, it's just Lou. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, like, I feel like Andrew used to kind of tease me for my style, like both like clothing wise and like decorating wise, and he definitely always kind of took the lead on that. Um, and well, not on like picking my clothing, but in terms of like house decorating and stuff, that was, I think, pretty much everywhere we ever lived. It was mostly him calling the shots on that sort of thing. Um, I just don't think I don't know, like this space has been really interesting, just being here in this house. It's been a really transformative time and a really interesting palette, uh, to sort of, you know, work through some of that stuff. I think I'm gonna wrap this up, y'all. I am super fucking tired, or getting there. I'm not even sure. I don't know. But I think I'm tired, and I feel like I've been doing this for a little while, and as beautiful and as wonderful as it all has been, it must come to an end. So, I love you all. I really am deeply, deeply grateful that you all have been here to spend so much time with me. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much. Like I said, I hope to kind of make this a weekly thing. If you guys liked the idea about 5 hours, are you fucking kidding me? Jesus Christ. Wow. Damn, that's a record. I don't think I've ever talked for 5 hours in my whole life. Yeah, I'm tired. I am tired. I'm feeling it now. Yeah, I will try and do this more often. I do like the idea of doing it at least once a week, and you know, like I said, setting the bar low, maybe trying to establish a routine off something that's fun and worthwhile. And if you guys would like, let me know. You don't have to answer right now. Let me know in the comments or whatever. Drop me an email, and let me know if you like the idea of me pulling a couple of tarot cards a few days before a live, and giving me something to talk about, and all of us hopefully something to sort of think about. I'm sad that your dream didn't come out to the very end, because I am curious about that, and would like to hear more about it and what your thoughts are on it, Rachel. Um, But yeah, that will have to wait for another time. I'm really going to do it. I'm going to end it now. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. Do not forget to be kind and gentle with yourself, and I will see you soon.